The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council for Monday, June 27, 2022 is called to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Here.
Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Jurinski.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Marcano.
Present.
Councilmember Medina.
Here.
Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Here.
Councilmember Zvonek.
Here.
There's a quorum.
Announcement of the call-in line information.
Good evening. City Council welcomes feedback from the public on both matters appearing on the agenda and during public invited to be heard. If you would like to speak and have not already spoken to an operator, please press *3. For those watching on Channel 8, call 855-695-3475 and press *3 when connected. You will hear a prompt confirming you're in line to speak to an operator and then be able to continue listening to the meeting. When the operator comes on the line, please be ready to give them your name and the agenda item you wish to speak on. Keep in mind you must press *3 before the city clerk reads the title of the item you wish to speak on. Finally, as a reminder, council does not allow comments about any items on the agenda during public invited to be heard. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes, and public invited to be heard is limited to 1 hour in total.
Buenas tardes. El Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de Aurora le da la bienvenida a la opinión de sus habitantes y a otros vecinos en sus asuntos comparecientes en la agenda y durante la invitación a la audiencia pública. Por favor, llame al número de teléfono 877-820-7831 y al conectarse ingrese el código 254610, seguido de la tecla numeral. De allí espera para hablar con la persona que al llegar su turno interpretará su comentario en inglés. La operadora tomará su nombre y el asunto a presentar ante el consejo y le pondrá en espera. Las personas han de esperar al anuncio de la invitación a la audiencia pública y hasta que se les ceda tiempo para tratar un tema específico en la agenda de hoy y al ser llamado por el funcionario encargado. Va a depender del volumen de llamadas para que se conecte con la operadora, así que por favor sea paciente y permanezca en la línea. Gracias.
A moment of silence for the tragic loss of firefighter and Father John Jaros, whose life was tragically taken on I-70 during the Father's Day weekend. For him and his family, a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Now, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. During the executive session, we discussed Comcast franchise renewal and real property interest. Approval of the minutes for June 6, 2022. Motion?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem?
motion to approve the minutes from June 6th.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Murillo to approve the minutes of June 2nd, 2022. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the minutes from June 6, 2022. Call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
I think we have a special presentation today. Well, we have two very important presentations. Well, let me just say one is a lot more important than the other one. So let me get the fuzzy one first, which is Animal Services.
Hi there. So this little one walking around, we're with the Aurora Animal Shelter. This little one walking around, her name is Rio. She came into the shelter at about 2 months old, weighing just about 3 pounds. So the Aurora Animal Shelter, we accept animals of all ages, but lots of dogs and cats who come into us are actually too young to be adopted just yet. So in those cases, the first weeks and months of socialization and health are very important, and we rely heavily on our foster volunteers who give these little ones a home to grow up in rather than in the shelter. Our foster volunteers find space in their homes and in their lives to really maintain that these little ones got a place to learn how to be a normal dog, learn how to be a normal kitten, before coming back to us to be placed up for adoption. Our foster program, if you'd like to learn more about fostering, can be found on auroraanimalshelter.org. And this little one, she will be going up for adoption Wednesday morning. She is already spayed and microchipped. She loves to play ball, and she is about 2 months old, so she's got some growing to do. We expect that she is a cattle dog mix. She'll be walking around with our animal protection officer to say hi to you guys, but I'll let you just focus on saying hi to her. Thank you.
Item number 7B, Amazing Auroran Award. Councilmember Gardner.
All right, up next, Vikram, if you want to come on up. We're honoring an amazing Aurora resident tonight. Going to talk a little bit about Vikram. Vikram is an accomplished preteen who you may have seen on national television recently, standing on the Scripps National Spelling Bee stage. So since you were just on TV, how do you feel being on TV again tonight?
I guess it's pretty cool. It's really an honor to be here. Thank you so much to everybody who's organized this event. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all of the city council members. It's such an honor to be able to make the state of Colorado and our city of Aurora very proud. It's been such an amazing experience at the Bee. I've got to meet so many new spellers, and I've just had such an enriching experience this year. And I was very fortunate to be able to place it this high, so that was very amazing. So thank you.
Well, as you can see, Vikram is very impressive. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Vikram. Before we recognize him for his work in the spelling bee, though, it's worth noting another recent accomplishment of Vikram. Today, he was announced as the winner of the Colorado State Merit winner of the Discovery Education 3M Young Scientist Challenge. I can't even say that, and you won the award, so congratulations. In this premier science competition for students in grades 5 through 8, Vikram's project, Clean Energy on the Go, is about a module he created for electric vehicles to harness energy from the sun and wind, even while the vehicle's on the road. The module can also be used in marine and aerial applications. But he can also spell. Vikram, 12 years old, good job, has made us all proud with his recent performance at the 2022 Scripps National Spelling Bee. After finishing 51st and 21st in the 2 years prior, Vikram finished second in a contest that originally included over 11 million students. After making it through 11 rounds, Vikram proceeded to a spell-off to settle the winner, the first time the Spelling Bee has used a spell-off. Having been interested in spelling and word patterns from a very young age, his diligence has paid off. Vikram just finished his 7th grade year at Aurora Quest K through 8 and has 1 more year of eligibility in the Bee. We are also proud of what Vikram has accomplished and can't wait to watch him compete next year. Great job, Vikram. You're an amazing Auroran. So can you, real quick before you go. So can you tell us what word you used, what word you spelled, the hardest word you spelled?
There were quite a lot. In the B, one of the hardest that I had to spell was Senijexte, and unfortunately I got that wrong. It's Senijextee. I was like a letter off.
Can you use that in a sentence, please?
I mean, it's like a group of people in Washington, I believe, so I'm not exactly sure how to use it in a sentence.
I'm not sure how to use it in a sentence either. So here's this for you. I'll hold this up and we'll take a couple pictures. Mom, you want to come on down, or Dad? Sure.
And while we're waiting, can the dog please come up here?
Great job.
Public invited to be heard?
Mayor, we do have a few folks in person and also on the line. First, we have Danelle Horde, followed by Robbie DeYoung.
And just to let members know, again, to just refresh you, that there will be an opportunity after public invited to be heard if you desire to respond to any of the comments made. Or if you want to get contact information, you could do it right after the person's done. Just mention it to the clerk. Or I'll recognize you and mention it to the clerk. Please proceed.
So I was here invited by Danielle to speak against my son, who is going to be 27 in August, who lives homelessly in Aurora, and makes me very angry. He was not raised that way. I have two other children, 20 and 23, and he has an addiction problem. We have had him to Aurora Mental Health. We've had him to multiple different things. He started using at 16 years old. When he was 17, we had to remove him from the home because we had two younger his siblings. And he's been off and on the streets ever since. What makes me most angry is my other two. They work their butts off. They provide for themselves the way they were raised to do. And my other son sits on the streets, uses drugs. My other two don't get any help from the government. My other son, he gets food stamps. He gets free health care. He gets a free cell phone. He gets anything and everything that he asks for. And I feel like he's being enabled by the government. And as parents, we try our hardest not to enable that behavior. And he just keeps getting everything he wants. And he doesn't have to look for a job. He don't have to show no proof. He just has to go in and say, I'm still homeless. And they give him almost $300 in food stamps, which I don't have proof, but I'm pretty sure that's how he gets his drugs, by trading them. How, as a parent, am I supposed to protect my child from stuff like that when the government is giving him stuff to use to get the stuff he doesn't need to be using? He's gonna die out there. There's been many nights I've laid food out on my front porch just so I know that he had food. Just to find out that he's getting $300 and some in food stamps, that my son, who works 80 hours a week, can't even get because he makes too much money. But he has to work 80, sometimes 90 hours a week just to make his rent, just to pay his health care.
Ms. Horde, your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Next, we have Robbie DeYoung, followed by Tanya Tabachek.
I'm back. I know most of you know me. I've talked to you. I've interacted with you. That was really hard to follow. Back in 2008, Aurora was given the distinction of All-American City. In all the years past, it hasn't come close. That was when we were number one. You know what's another good number one to be? The Avs brought home the Stanley Cup last night. That's important. What is not good to be number one at is we live in a state that is number one in the nation for auto thefts and vandalisms. What makes it worse is we live in the city in Aurora, in Colorado, that is number one in the state for auto thefts and vandalism. That means we're worse. We're worse than Chicago. We're worse than Detroit. We're worse than LA. We're worse than San Francisco. We're worse than any other city in the United States for auto theft. And what do? We have our fine officers arrest the people that are stealing these vehicles just for those people to be released before they ever see any jail time, and sometimes before the officers are finished with their paperwork. Now, I've heard multiple times how everybody is just really gung-ho on getting new developments here, business and residential. Now, how do you think those people are going to feel if they hear that tonight's proposal to help calm that all down is washed away? Is that what you want to be known for? For saying, okay, well, yeah, it's bad here, but we really don't want to address it to the extent that this proposal is being made tonight. I don't think the new people that are coming into this city want to know that the chances of their car being vandalized, the chances of their car being stolen are extremely high in this city. We need to do something to stop that. And you guys are the ones that are responsible for getting it started here in Aurora, and us being the example to set for every other city in this state, and then hopefully the state itself will see this as a good idea.
Ms. DeYoung, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tanya Tabachek, followed by Heather Dearman.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for listening to me. I'm bringing up a subject again in dealing with the street racing in Aurora, Colorado. Last night, I was downtown. I came with my mom and my brother, and we were coming home from the Avalanche celebration, honking horns downtown. And when we came back, we went past Concord School, 111 North Havana. We saw over 200 cars in that lot. A truck was doing wheelies around the lot and so forth. All these people were huddled around and having fun and whatnot. And so I called the police, and for some reason my phone is tied to Denver, but I got in touch with Aurora, and I said there's over 200 cars in the parking lot. They're doing wheelies and so forth, and me and my mom said, we're going to stay here until the police show up. And the lady's like, no, you need to leave. So on the way out, before we left, we thought we heard gunshots. And so then we called 911 again, and we said we believe we heard gunshots. And so the dispatcher said, we'll stay on the line with you. And we end up going home and going to McDonald's, and on the way back, around 30 minutes later, there were still over 60 cars in the parking lot, and I had not seen a police officer there. And I know the police, and I appreciate all they do, and I know they do a lot, but that's right near where I live, and my mom's getting to the point that she's been in Aurora for over 20 years, and I've been in Aurora for over 20 years, so I'm becoming more feeling like I'm not safe here, because no one seems, it doesn't really matter, and so forth. And I was reading a lot of times that the police do arrest and get the people. They go into the jail area and they get a plea bargain or dismissed before anything's done. So it does, like, who cares if we get arrested or caught, because they're gonna let us out. You know, my mom was thinking of maybe to seize in the car for a month or so forth, or something else has to be done, because I was reading something earlier saying jail is less common with 11% of people convicted for street racing actually serving time in lockup. So that's my concern and my mom's concern, and I appreciate if something could be more research done on it. Thank you.
Kitty, if I could get her contact information. Thank you.
Heather Dearman, followed by Della Curry.
Hello, everybody. It's good to see you all again. My name is Heather Dearman, and I am an Aurora native. I also raise my children here in Aurora. I'm a public servant for Aurora, and I'm also honored to be the CEO of the 720 Memorial Foundation. Our foundation was established by our former beloved Mayor Hogan back in 2012 when he knew we would need a memorial because of the tragedy of the Aurora theater shooting. My family was personally affected. My cousin Ashley was there that night, and she was shot and sustained permanent injuries. She also lost her unborn child, as well as 6-year-old Veronica, who is now an angel in blue. But I feel like those angels have been guiding me all along when we were raising money to build the memorial that's now right here in front of the city building. I'm lucky to be able to go and visit that garden. Whether I'm sad because of the things that are going on in the world, I find comfort there, or celebrating something. And every time I visit that garden, there are citizens from not only Aurora, but around the country that I run into and find it as a beautiful place of hope and healing. And so we're really proud that we have this memorial here. As you know, it's the 10-year anniversary since the theater shooting this year, and so our foundation has been planning some events around that, including the Midnight Vigil on the 19th that we always have over there, as well as some events on July 23rd. We're pretty proud that we are connected with survivor communities, not only from Aurora Theater, but Boulder and other communities that have been affected as well, and we have something for everyone. The Midnight Vigil is something solemn where we remember our loved ones and kind of come together to connect. And then on the 23rd, we have a 5K in the morning that is organized by an Aurora, someone who is Zach Goldich, who was one of the survivors, followed by a community reflection ceremony and a community event, and all of that will be taking place on the Great Lawn, and that would not have been possible without all of your generous sponsorship that you have given us. So I'm really here to just thank you. Thank you for allowing this to be a special day for us and for our community. We really hope to bring attention to the Aurora that I love, that I saw back in 2012, where everyone came together, no matter where you were from, to help us heal and to support our survivor community. And I feel like for this event, especially since it's the 10-year, it will get a lot of attention, and it'll be the chance for everyone around the country to see how strong Aurora really is. We said Aurora strong back then, and I believe we can still be Aurora strong.
Ms.
I
Dearman,
love.
your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Della Curry, followed by Becky Hogan.
Hi everyone, I'm Della Curry. I am the event coordinator for the 720 Memorial Foundation that Heather started. And I am also not a native of Aurora, but I came back here and my dad and stepmom lived here for 35 years. And I am a Colorado native, so I'm really proud to be here. And I just wanted to give you an overview of what the event on the 23rd is gonna look like. We have spent a year trying to build a ceremony and a day that honors the past, celebrates who we are, never forgets why we're here, and helps heal us as a community as a whole. And that's gonna start out with the 5K that is being organized by Zach Goldich, and all of the proceeds from that are gonna go to an Aurora Public School student for an athletic scholarship, because that's how Zach helped heal his pain. And then at 1:30, we have the reflection ceremony that Becky Hogan has been organizing, and that is our moment of solemnity, a moment to remember all of the lives lost, all of the lives changed that day, and that will include speakers from Skip Noe, Dan Oates, Senator Hickenlooper. We tried very hard to bring in people who were involved at the time, as well as family members and parents. And then we have, starting at 3 until 7, we have the community event. And this is a chance to bring all of Aurora together. We have 25 breweries. We have 2 bands, Brushfire and Latin Soul. We have over 25 chalk artists that will be doing live chalk art in the Memorial Garden. And we will have a wellness fair. So we don't have exhibitors that from window companies or banks or mortgage companies. All of our exhibitors are involved in healing in some sort. So it's a place for the community to come out and see what resources are out there and how we can all work together. And then at 7:20, in the Memorial Garden itself, we'll be having an immersive audio-visual event. I don't really know what to call it, called Metamorphosis, with Stratus Chamber Orchestra playing live with life art dancers there. And it is a 40-minute musical journey through the past 10 years, through Aurora's resilience and pain into the community that we know we are and we know we can become. Thank you.
Next, we have Becky Hogan, followed by the speakers on the call-in line.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Becky Hogan. I'm also an Aurora resident. As part of the ongoing efforts of the 720 Memorial Foundation, we've had 14 community groups sign a Unity Against Hate Crimes. These groups have partnered with the 720 Foundation to create paper cranes with handwritten notes from members of the community. Several of you on the dais have signed these notes for us, as well as church members from a couple of different larger churches in Aurora to provide letters of encouragement and notes on the wreath. We've sent these to Koreatown in Dallas, Texas, to the Taiwanese Presbyterian Church in Orange County, to the NAACP in Buffalo, New York, for the community that was involved in the top shooting, to Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District in care of Rob Elementary. And this wreath, this evening, we are here to showcase for you before it takes a trip to St. Francis Healthcare Systems in our current city manager's former home in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So I'm sure there's a place for you to write a note on your wreath, which will go to their community. At the opening of the Reflections Garden, the County of San Bernardino provided 720 with a flag to commemorate Aurora's loss. Representatives attended their Curtain of Courage Memorial dedication in San Bernardino last Friday and presented a city flag from Aurora, as well as a paper crane wreath similar to this with community well wishes. So tonight, Mayor and City Council, your investment in the 720 Foundation has literally reached across the country. So we are here to thank you for bringing hope and healing from the Aurora community. Thank you.
Arnie, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Mayor Kaufman and members of City Council and residents of Aurora, my name is Arnie Schultz, and I have lived in Aurora since 1975. I am very upset by those of you who voted to spend $6 million of taxpayer money to retain our police officers. I was originally upset because it included payment to all officers, even those who were suspended and or under investigation. Now I have proof of my original thoughts that this would be a waste of taxpayers' money. We are on track to have the second highest attrition after the $6 million retention bonus and keeping with national trends. It was an unnecessary and ineffective giveaway to the APD police union, repaying political favors for their election. For the first 5 months of 2022, we have lost 37 officers to attrition. This projects to a loss of 89 officers this year. which is higher than the attrition of 59 in 2018, 58 in 2019, and 87 in 2020. The only year it was higher was in 2021 last year, which was also the highest year for attrition nationwide. More importantly, you need to do something about the attrition rate in an Aurora fire rescue. And I don't mean another wasted retention bonus. With 19 attritions in the first 5 months of this year, we are on track to have 46 attritions in AFR. This would be a 48% increase in the next higher number of attritions, which was 31 in 2018, and a 256% increase over the 18 attritions in AFR last year. This is not something we should be proud of, and it's something we need to step up, and you need to step up and do something of. We need more firefighters. All of these FTE, all of the attritions I mentioned were FTE attritions. I also want to point out that there was no backup material available online for agenda items 11B through 11K, making it impossible for public input on those items unless members of the public had previous knowledge of those items through watching study sessions. I'm not even sure those items should be heard this evening. Thank you.
Sasha, you're next. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Hi, thank you. My name is Sasha. I am currently living in Aurora, and I would like to speak about the ongoing shootings that are happening, specifically around 13th and Potomac. I am right next to the RTD station for 13th Place or 13th Ave. There is a transient camp there, and on weekends for the past month or so, I have heard gunshots going off after 8 or 9 p.m. So I do not walk my dog after that period because I feel unsafe stepping outside. In the past week or 2 weeks, there's been a serious uptick in gunshots. The times are becoming earlier and earlier in the day. Earlier today, around 4:30 p.m., there were 2 gunshots, not fireworks, gunshots. There was also a woman that was shot yesterday in Hoffman Heights. And I want to bring this up to City Council because I think that there needs to be something done. It's unacceptable that I, as a person living in the city, paying my taxes and just trying to live peacefully, am afraid to step outside once the sun goes down because there are gunshots. I have not seen any police officers making rounds over here. I personally have not called the police officers because I'm even afraid of them not doing anything. I don't want to be let down by contacting for help and then nothing happens. I also don't know exactly where the gunshots are coming from, so I feel like I might not be of a good help. One of the sources where I get some of my community's input is Nextdoor. That's a website or an app, and there are several urgent posts that are posted every single day about car theft and about gunshots. My concern, of course, is with the car theft as well, because I don't want my vehicle to be stolen. But specifically for the gunshots, I don't know what exactly I can ask for of the city, if officers can come make rounds in this area, if the city of Aurora can move these transient campsite that's in between the Copper Flats and the 13th Place RTD station, or if we can have some sort of city, those gunshot alert poles where they signal to the police officers to go to that area. I'm sorry, did I miss someone? Well, that is primarily my concern about the gunshots going off in this area and asking that the city do something, come up with a plan, and/or put more officers in the area for these gunshots.
Thank you.
Agreed to continue item 13A to July 21st. I'm sorry. Katie, what is that? 11th. I'm sorry, 11th. July 11th. I'm glad I looked over there. July 11th. Motion for the adoption of the agenda, preferably as amended. Okay, well, actually, I didn't, I think we're going to have to put forward, do we have to vote on the continuance? No? Okay, very well. It's been moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by? I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the agenda as amended. Call for the question. Mayor votes yes.
And Sundberg? The agenda is adopted.
Okay. Motion is in order for the adoption of the consent calendar, item number 10A through 10I. Councilmember Coombs.
Move to adopt the consent calendar with item E off. So to approve 10A through 10D and 10F through 10I.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by? Seconded by Councilmember Cano. I'm sorry. Seconded by Councilmember Cano to approve the consent calendar, item number 10A through 10D, and item number 10F through 10I. Councilmember Gardner.
Would Councilmember Coombs accept as a friendly amendment, removing 10F as well?
Okay.
Presentation on 10F.
Okay, then the, I see. Okay, then the question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar, item number 10A through 10D, and item number 10G through 10I. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of the consent calendar, item number 10A through 10D, 10G through 10I.
Mayor Kaufman?
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Jurenski? The motion passes unanimously.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 10E?
Item 10E, consideration to approve an oil and gas lease agreement with Crestone Peak Resources Watkins Holdings LLC for city-owned mineral rights within Section 24, Township 4, South Range 66, west of the 6th Principal Meridian, County of Arapahoe, State of Colorado, containing 103.573 net mineral acres.
Brief presentation by staff.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Katie, can I share? Can I share my presentation through WebEx?
Yeah, let me.
Is that your presentation?
No.
10F. But yet,
We're doing 10E first, and then 10F. He doesn't need a presentation, we'll just do it.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for your time tonight. We're going to be discussing this oil and gas lease negotiation. We received an unsolicited offer from Crestone Peak Resources. We initiated a 30-day competitive bid process, which is our standard procedure when we receive an unsolicited bid. I proactively emailed 10 operators that are active in Adams and Arapahoe County and 2 industry groups. We also posted the opportunity for leasing on the Oil and Gas Division webpage and Aurora social media to give any interested parties the opportunity to participate in the bid process. The only bid we did receive by the due date of April the 8th was from Crestone Peak Resources, who is the one that initiated the original bid. The proposed leased area is highlighted on the screen here in the yellow with a teal. It is located in Township 4 South, Range 66 West, Section 24. There are multiple parcels. This is located in Ward 2. Geographically, it's located just north of Jewel Avenue and along the west and east of E470. There are 103.573 net mineral acres in these 2 parcels. These parcels are part of a larger drilling and spacing unit. This is very common in our area and throughout the state for production. And what happens is the operator applies for the drilling and spacing unit with the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. Once approved, all of the mineral acres within the drilling and spacing unit are combined together, and the royalties are distributed throughout to the various mineral owners based on their percentage ownership within the drilling and spacing unit. This particular parcels are part of DSU 535-1367. There are 5,000 acres, or just over 6 square miles, within this drilling and spacing unit. For the particular mineral parcels that are highlighted, there are 2 well sites that have already been approved and, in fact, already drilled and being completed currently here within the city of Aurora. That is the Grande North site with 4 wells and the Grande South well site with 3 wells. Those physical locations are about 3 miles to the east of the mineral parcels, and they are drilled back horizontally at a depth of about 8,000 feet below the surface to capture the oil and gas from underneath those mineral parcels. The initial offer from Crestone Peak Resources was for $4,000 per net mineral acre. That's the upfront bonus to the city. The terms are a 20% royalty and a 3-year primary term. And Crestone did not change their offer at the final, so they left it the same. And this does match the terms of the earlier lease that was signed back in February with Crestone Peak Resources on a different parcel. The options available are to accept the offer, sign the lease, deposit the check, which we have in hand. We have a check for $414,292. Accept 20% royalty from first production. We'll receive approximately $165,000 of royalty per well. Of course, that is based on an average commodity price. Commodity prices do change, so we have to make some type of average to make an assessment on that. Those royalties will be received over approximately 20 to 30 years of the life of the wells. Most of those royalties will occur in the first 5 years of production on the wells. Also, there would be no surface access or occupancy on these parcels. That is important because there is a conservation easement through Arapahoe County, and they also reviewed the lease language that specifies that there's no surface occupancy or operations of any kind on these particular parcels. The other option is to reject the offer and be forced pooled. In that case, the COGCC requirements and rules would apply. There would be $0 of upfront lease bonus to the city. We would receive an average royalty of only 16%, and that would be after a 200% standout penalty, which means the operator is allowed to recover 200% of their cost of drilling, completing, constructing the well, preparing it for production before we would begin to receive any kind of royalty. And of course, we would not be able to restrict the surface access, which could be a possible violation of the conservation easement. Again, using average commodity prices, the first offer provides approximately $4.5 million of revenue to the city. The second option provides about $2.5 million, and the Oil and Gas Division does believe that the first option is the best option for the city. That's the end of my presentation. I welcome any questions you may have.
Questions to staff?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So I just want to confirm that due to the forced pooling, we don't have the option for no drilling to happen on this site.
That's correct. Yes, the wells have already been permitted through both the state and through the city. They are part of the operator agreement that was signed with ConocoPhillips, which was then assigned to Crestone Peak Resources last year.
Okay. And then what's the setback from residential development in the area of these sites?
The setback for, the primary setback would be at the state level. The Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission would be 2,000 feet from residences.
All right, thank you.
Further questions?
Mayor,
Mayor Protem.
does the money go into the general fund, or does it go to a dedicated fund?
I believe it goes to the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Royalty income, yes.
Further questions to staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor.
Councilmember Sundberg. Councilmember Gardner.
Motion to approve item 10E.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Sundberg.
Councilmember Sundberg to approve item 10E. Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So I just want to point out that the reason we're in this situation where the drilling has to occur is due to forced pooling, and that is a concerning aspect of oil and gas policy in our state and in our country. But given that situation, this does seem to be the best option that we have.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 10E. Call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Councilmember Gardner brought up item number 10F for purposes of recusing himself from voting on this. And so would the clerk please read the title to item number 10F?
Item 10F is a consideration to award a single-source contract to Waste Management Corporate Services Incorporated, Greenwood Village, Colorado, in the amount not to exceed $455,000 for landfill services at the Denver Arapahoe disposal site through June 30th, 2023.
Motion?
Mayor,
Mayor Protem.
motion to approve 10F.
Moved by Mayor Protem, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Lawson to approve item number 10F. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Just state for the record, I'm abstaining from this vote due to a financial conflict of interest.
Very well. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 10F. Call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 11A?
Item 11A is Resolution 2022-111, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, expressing the Aurora City Council's support of implementing a photo speed enforcement one-year pilot program.
Brief presentation by staff.
You could pull up my slide, please, 11A. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lieutenant Bennett with the Aurora Police Department Traffic Section. Very briefly, I just have a one-slide presentation for you. The resolution before you is for a one-year pilot program to see about our goal is to find out the public safety impact of a photo speed enforcement program. This would be a one-year pilot where we would assess the efficacy of the program and determine if we wanted to keep the program, if it does improve public safety, and look at a potential long-term RFP with a vendor if we so chose. The state limits where we can put a photo speed enforcement setup. This, we would use a mobile setup where we would place this in areas of potential high speeding in residential areas, in school zones, construction areas, and any city street that borders a park. That's where the state limits our ability to post these. The photo system in question here would be a laser system. This is a highly accurate system, allows us to do multiple lanes at once and really identify exactly which vehicle is the violator vehicle. The vendor that we would be looking for would do all of the paperwork processing. The requirement would be that currently under the municipal code, that a sworn officer would have to witness the violation. This will come up later in Agenda 14G, where we're going to talk about an ordinance requesting a change to reflect the state law that would allow any employee of the police department, so a non-sworn person could do that. But today, as it stands, a sworn member would have to be there present for the violation to have it enforced. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have.
Questions of staff?
I have a question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I know this came up in study session, and I probably should have asked the question then. It's a one-year pilot, and my understanding is that we would not issue tickets for 30 days. Is that correct?
There would be a period where it would be purely warnings, and I believe the number would be 30 days. We could probably adjust that number, but yes, we would absolutely do warnings first to test the system and also let the public know that we were starting this process.
And I actually personally would rather see that be a longer warning period, like a 90-day warning period. Is there, maybe staff can answer, is there a, when do we recoup our costs? So if we did a 90-day no ticket as part of the one-year program, would we be able to at least break even on our cost?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, and unfortunately our vendor is not here with us today to help answer how they would handle that, so I don't have a good answer for you. And I do understand that from our research that these programs do tend to pay for themselves. I just don't know what that window would be.
Is there anybody from staff, maybe Mr. Batchelor, do you know if there would be a way to recoup our costs if we extended the warning time?
If we wanted to extend from 30 to 90 days, we could get with the vendor and get back with you all as to the fiscal impact of that. I don't know if, as Lieutenant Bennett said, that we could answer that tonight, but we can get that information back to council.
So, Mayor, would we be able to table this at all? Because I don't know how everybody else feels, but I would rather get the information on the 90-day, just because to educate the public first. Obviously, our intent is to stop speeding, and it's a huge problem in our city. I know our police are also looking at ways for us to enforce that as well, outside of the cameras.
Well, to the city attorney, I believe that the Mayor Pro Tem would have an opportunity to amend it on second reading. Am I correct in that?
This is a resolution, so there's only one.
Oh, there's only one reading. That's correct.
I guess,
sorry.
Mr.
Stand
Mayor,
corrected.
the other thing you could do is there would still be the call-up period, so we could get the information to council between now and the intervening meeting, and if the information was not that we could break even, council could revisit during that call-up period.
Okay, very well.
Mayor?
Does that require an amendment at this time?
No.
It does not. Councilmember Coombs?
Sorry, so could we instead just continue it to the next meeting instead of tabling it? Would that fulfill the
Continuing.
concern?
So what Mr. Batchelor just indicated is you could pass this tonight, and then if that didn't work, you could do a reconsideration later in the meeting. The other alternative is you can continue it.
Very well.
Mayor,
Councilmember Gardner.
my preference would be if there's any outstanding questions to not pass a resolution without having all the information and continue it. I'm not sure that I'm supportive of this either way, but I think we should get that information before we vote to pass something rather than call it back up without full information.
Very well. Let me put this, Mayor Pro Tem, I believe, will put a motion forward to continue it. But I would like, one, if we could go, right now, the way the resolution reads is 30 days as an advisory. I wonder if we could go maybe to report back what it would look like at obviously 30 days, we know, what it would look like in 60 days or 90 days, because 90 days seems awfully excessive. Further discussion? Does it require a vote? Okay.
So do I make a motion?
Would you consider?
Okay. I would like to make a motion that we continue this item to the next meeting.
Very well. Okay. Councilmember McConnell. It's moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilmember McConnell to continue to the next regular meeting of the Aurora City Council. Discussion?
Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. I was wondering for the next presentation if we can get more info on kind of the fiscal piece, like whether, I guess I'm not clear on how that would work out, and I'm interested in learning more if we're open to like a sliding scale for any fines imposed by this system. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion?
Mayor, and just a point of clarification, Megan Platt with the City Attorney's Office. Would you also like to do a continuation of the ordinance that's to accompany this item to the next council meeting as well, to change to allow for a civilian to review these violations?
Yeah. Can you include that? Would you consider including that in your motion?
I would. I'm wondering, is there any reason we wouldn't pass that?
I mean, we could pass the ordinance today. It would be,
I mean,
it's ineffective
it would
without the
only
resolution.
be ineffective.
And it requires 2 readings.
Correct.
Right.
So we would be doing second reading on
So
July 11th.
We could pass it tonight and then second reading, pull it, basically.
Correct. You would have the resolution for the first time and the ordinance for the second time on July 11th.
Okay.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. And 14G, that would also allow our non-sworn traffic enforcement division to potentially issue speeding violations in the future as well, correct?
That ordinance would be specific to photo enforcement, but yes, it would allow them to witness the violation for photos, any photo enforcement that we took on as the city to include speed enforcement, not regular tickets. They will already be able to issue those for crashes.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we'll be bringing the ordinance up fairly soon, so let's go as to the resolution, and then we'll discuss the ordinance, but I believe we could vote on the ordinance tonight and not vote on the resolution tonight, if I understand those comments. So further discussion on item number 11A? Seeing none, call for the question on item number 11A.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Would the clerk now please read the title for item number 11B?
11B is R 2022-112, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, expressing the Aurora City Council support for directing staff to investigate and explore the creation of an impound lot owned and operated by the City of Aurora.
Motion?
Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, let's have a brief presentation by staff first. A brief presentation by staff?
This is actually
to
sponsored by
the member?
Councilmember
I'm sorry.
McConnell.
Councilmember
Okay, I didn't know
McConnell.
if we had a staff presentation to accompany. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. So, yeah, as we discussed during study session and during public safety, the idea behind this resolution is to give staff the go-ahead to explore the financial feasibility of a city-owned impound lot with the goal of ensuring that victims of motor vehicle theft are not further injured when they go to retrieve their property, as is currently happening. So, as I think we passed out of both committees and study session unanimously, I'm hoping we can pass this unanimously tonight and get staff rolling on this important, I think, improvement for public safety and fairness for our residents.
Motion?
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Move to approve 11B.
Moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by?
Birkin? Oh.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to approve item number 11B. Discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I'm happy to see that we're doing an analysis on this. So I know it's going to be costly from a capital perspective, but I think it's important to have the analysis. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Sundberg.
I just want to make certain that the current impound lot, with the threat of this new competition or just in the spirit of good faith, might drastically lower their cost now, or you've had those discussions, and are they willing to bend?
So, Councilmember Sundberg, they did call, and they did mention that they've already worked with APD and negotiated lower rates, which is true. That was part of the presentation that APD gave me. But it is still, as I've mentioned in the past, upwards of $1 million worth of fees just last year to victims of motor vehicle theft in the city of Aurora. So we can do far, far better than that, I believe, and I think we have a duty to do so.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11B. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Will clerk now please read the title to item number 11C?
11C is Resolution 2022-113, a resolution of the City Council of Aurora, Colorado, to approve the intergovernmental agreement opioid abatement to establish the Arapahoe County Regional Opioid Abatement Council.
Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kendall Kocha. I'm the manager of the Office of Special Projects. And I don't have a formal presentation, just thought I'd go over a few brief points before we move this resolution forward, if you so choose. The city has participated in active litigation in cooperation with the Colorado Coalition to address the ongoing opioid epidemic. The coalition engaged in negotiations with Colorado Attorney General to reach an agreement for how any settlement funds would be distributed in Colorado. On October 25th, 2021, Council approved the MOU for Aurora to become a participating local government. And the Colorado Opioid Settlement MOU divides the state into 19 regions, and that requires each region to form a governing regional council by September 2022. The city of Aurora is part of 3 regional councils, or would be part of 3 regional councils, so that would be Arapahoe, Douglas, and Adams. And this particular resolution is for Arapahoe County. This would be to approve the formation and governance of the Arapahoe Regional Council, the Intergovernmental Agreement Opioid Abatement. And the question is if council would like to approve this resolution to go forward.
Questions of staff?
Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
I just had a question. So I know that the local governments, they get 20%, but if we collaborate on some other specific, maybe regional projects or anything that's regional, would we be able to tap in on some of the other funding as well, like from the state and maybe from other counties that we're part of?
Yes, the regional council would decide that piece together. So each regional council will work together to figure out those other local or those other governmental agencies that they would be working with.
Okay, and Mayor, can I just ask another additional question?
Please proceed.
And so our representative would be the person that would be, I mean, I guess I'm just trying to understand how that collaboration works. They're representing us at the table, but how are they going to understand, like maybe with collaboration with the council?
Right, so we would have, each regional council would have a voting seat at the table. And so therefore we would have one of the council members be a participating voting member at the council. And I believe the last meeting that we had, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen had volunteered to be the participating member of the Arapahoe County Regional Council. Mm-hmm.
Further discussion? Further questions of staff? Seeing no further questions of staff, a motion is in order. Councilmember Coombs.
Move to approve 11C.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember McConnell to approve item number 11C. Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So I was able to attend the presentation on this at CML this last week, and it looks like we have a lot of really exciting opportunities, including that potential partnering regionally to access additional funds beyond what's available just through the regions that we're a part of. And so I hope that we'll be able to take that regional approach As we know, with many of the issues we face, this is something that is regional in nature. It doesn't stop at the borders of our city and our counties. And I thank you, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, for volunteering to take that on.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, and thank you, Councilmember Coombs, and hopefully you'll be our representative for Adams County.
Further discussion?
If we get one.
Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11C. Call for the question.
Councilmember Medina? Yes. The motion passes unanimously.
Will clerk now please read the title to item number 11D?
11D is our Resolution 2022-114, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, expressing the Aurora City Council support of findings of the Red Tape Reduction Ad Hoc Committee relating to improving the city's development review process.
Brief presentation by staff. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Zvonek.
Thanks, Mayor. So as part of the Red Tape Reduction Ad Hoc Committee, we had the opportunity to hear from businesses and developers on ways in which we could improve the way we do business in Aurora. And there's a number of ordinances that are coming forward, a couple of them tonight, but this resolution specifically deals with the development review process and directs the city manager to have staff analyze the comments that we received during the red tape reduction hearings and identify those underlying causes of the issues that have been experienced. It also directs the city manager to have staff implement the necessary organizational, process, and technology improvements to fully address the underlying issues and to improve timeliness, certainty, predictability, and consistency of the development review process. And I want to turn it over to staff for a presentation on what that plan looks like. One last thing before I do that is, going forward, updates on the process will be presented to the Planning and Economic Development Committee on a monthly basis, and there will also be a red tape reduction website available through the existing city website to track progress to track the progress made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zvonek. Jason Batchelor, Deputy City Manager. As Councilmember Zvonek said, we heard a number of concerns that were raised as part of the Red Tape Reduction Committee hearings. Those concerns touched on a number of different processes and issues in the development review process. Staff has undertaken to look at those and try and determine the underlying causes. We've presented to the Red Tape Reduction Committee and PED that relate to 4 major management areas that we need to look at, and then 11 specific initiatives. We have taken all of the different comments that we've received and sort of tracked them back to those 11 different initiatives that will allow us to improve that. We've also laid out the timeline. Some of those changes have already been made. Some of them are in progress, and some of them will be dependent upon the completion of some of those steps that are underway. So we will be reporting, as Councilmember Zvonek said, to PED regularly on the status of those initiatives, and also working to communicate that to the public as part of that communication plan that was spoken about. And then we will also be partnering with the development community and other interested stakeholders as we develop those process improvements before they're implemented. With that, I can take any questions that there are.
Further questions of staff or Councilmember Zvonek? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor?
Councilmember Zvonek.
Motion to approve item 11D.
Moved by Councilmember Zvonek, seconded by
Sundberg.
Councilmember Sundberg to approve item number 11D. Call for the question.
Oh, Mayor, come here.
I'm sorry, is there further discussion?
Thank you. So I just really want to highlight the importance of addressing staff turnover and really supporting and retaining our staff in accomplishing the goals of improving the development review process. If we have people leaving all the time, we can't possibly solve the issues that we've seen. So I hope that we as a council will continue to be supportive of addressing staff turnover in all of our city's departments, including among career service.
Mayor?
Further discussion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and I just want to say that I really congratulate Councilmember Zvonek for coming up with the idea of the red tape ad hoc committee. It's been a very eye-opening, and I also echo thanking staff. They've been extremely helpful in collaborating with us, and a lot of work in the background. So, you know, the public hearings were very effective in getting feedback from businesses and developers. And the goal is, obviously, as Councilmember Zvonek said, is to just be business-friendly and to improve our processes in the city so that we can have more housing and more economic development. So, thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11D. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 11E?
11E is Resolution 2022-115, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, in support of widening Gun Club Road, also known as State Highway 30.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. And this, I have co-sponsor Councilmember Sundberg with me. We just wanted to really prioritize the widening of Gun Club Road. It has been an issue for the entire 7 years that I've been on council with our residents, and certainly it's very complex because it goes through multiple jurisdictions. So we go through Arapahoe County, part of it is Aurora, and then of course there's a portion that is CDOT highway. And this resolution is just for us to direct staff to please seek funding at the federal and state level to see if we can remedy this. Thank you.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Yes, gun club is restricted in its width. It's a safety issue and perhaps a development issue. Developers will widen certain sections as they undertake their projects. However, that will be a hodgepodge of widening here and there. Highway 30 is highlighted in the presentation, but the question remains about Gun Club Road from the Murphy Creek convenience store as it goes southeast, east, and curves towards Alameda. So that's something to solve in the future, but this is a great start, I believe.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and I think we do need to look at that one portion. It does address it all the way past Murphy Creek. I think what you're talking about is past Airport, possibly, where we need to further address that.
Okay. Are there questions of the sponsors or of staff? Seeing none, a motion then is in order.
Mayor?
Councilmember Sundberg.
May I seek some clarification from staff? Are you familiar with the section I'm referring to of Gun Club Road at Alameda and Gun Club, and as you would head north and approach Colfax and I-70?
Good afternoon, Councilmember. The question regarding Gun Club, Colfax.
Let's say the Aurora 1 project, for example, as Stephen Hogan Parkway intersects, or 6th Avenue intersects Gun Club there at Cross Creek. What are the plans for that area?
So as you continue north, that is part of the state highway system. So there are some improvements from the Murphy Creek development. Outside of that, it would be pending adjacent development on the west side, and then in coordination with CDOT as you continue further north over 470 up to Hogan Parkway.
Okay. Thank you. I think that. And how about Alameda and Gun Club specifically? That's really starting to bottleneck there, and that's unincorporated Arapahoe County, some of those developments like Thunderbird Estates and so forth.
Correct. The city's currently partnering with Arapahoe County for a study to conceptually design and analyze what Gun Club might be in its ultimate condition, especially giving residential access to Gun Club within that stretch.
Is there a time frame on that?
I can get that for you. We had a public meeting about 2 weeks ago, and they're continuing to meet with the public and advance the project.
Okay, thank you, Vic.
Further, are there other questions of the sponsors or staff?
Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to say that I am supportive of widening this area, but I do have a question for staff. With regards to long-term population growth out east, are there also conversations underway with either some of these metro districts that are in this area or with RTD and the state, or maybe all of the above or some combination of all of the above, to provide mass transit options for all of this new development that's going on? Because I don't want us to get into a situation where we're then just, constantly having to go back and widen roadways. We know that doesn't actually address the issue. So what are we actually doing in terms of moving a whole lot of folks without taking up more and more space?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Marcano, for the question. I don't believe we have Matt Callison available this afternoon or representative from planning, but there are conversations about extending RTD service, particularly along the Colfax alignment past the Stafford development in close proximity to the Piccadilly interchange. It's oncoming, and then continuing it further to the east as development provides those connections and additional densities.
All right, great, thank you.
Further questions of staff for the sponsors? If not, a motion is in order.
Mayor?
Mayor Protem.
Yes, motion to approve 11E.
It's been moved by Mayor Protem, seconded by Councilmember Sundberg. To approve item number 11E. Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coons.
Yeah, so I do support this. I understand the necessity, but kind of following on from the question of Councilmember Marcano, I do hope that we can look at the way that we are planning and developing our city so that capacity projects are not our main focus with our infrastructure, that we are able to have improvements that allow for multimodal transportation and that have a positive climate impact and quality of life impact. Even if we widen Gun Club Road, the amount of time people end up spending in traffic coming from sprawling areas is a quality of life issue. So I hope we will look at what types of density and other development opportunities we can pursue.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11E. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 11F.
11F is Resolution 2022-116, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving the Fire and Emergency Services Mutual Aid Agreement between the City of Aurora, Colorado, and Buckley Space Air Force Base, Colorado.
Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Is it on? I can't tell. Nope.
There it is, the green light. So good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Rod Weber. I'm the Deputy Chief of Operations for Aurora Fire Rescue. This resolution is to update a mutual aid agreement between Aurora Fire Rescue and Buckley Space Force. The last time that it was updated was in 2013, so it was just a time to update it.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, the motion is in order.
Mayor.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Gardner.
Councilmember Gardner.
Motion to approve item 11F.
They both have.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Jurenski.
Councilmember Marcano to approve item number 11F. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11F. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 11G.
11G is Resolution 2022-117, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving the IGA between the City of Aurora and the Colorado Department of Transportation for funding of the Aurora Missing Sidewalks project.
Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Matt Kazakowski with the Public Works Department. The Aurora Missing Sidewalks project started in 2019 as part of the applications for the 2020 to 2023 DRCOG Transportation Improvement Program, or TIP cycle. In those applications, a total of 8 projects were approved by DRCOG. The IGA before you represents 2.
Could you check and see if your mic is on? It would be, a green light will go off if it is.
Is that, okay.
Okay, there we go.
Apologies for that. So the Missing Sidewalks project began in 2019 as part of the 2020 to 2023 DRCOG TIP cycle. In total, 8 projects were applied for and approved. This IGA represents 2 of those projects were for missing sidewalks in Arapahoe and Adams County. The 2 applications were combined to a singular project in IGA that's before you this evening. The IGA is a funding mechanism that allows for those DRCOG funds to be administered to the city from CDOT, which is why CDOT's in the IGA title. The project scope will construct missing sidewalks where they are not, as in gaps in both Arapahoe and Adams County. To qualify, those gaps must be on arterial or collector streets within a half mile of a school and within an area with a high number of vulnerable populations. All the locations selected for the project meet those requirements. Additional requirements then include existing pedestrian traffic counts, presence of social trails, a number of fatalities adjacent to those locations, as well as proximity to bus stops. The total amount of improvements funded through this IGA is $2,885,000. Of that, the city is responsible for a 23% match, and the other 77% is federal dollars. And I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Questions to staff? As seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor, motion to approve item 11G.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Jurenski.
Councilmember Jurenski to approve item number 11G. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I just want to say I'm very supportive of 11G, and I'm very excited to see that Yale is on there. My constituents are going to really appreciate that. You know, I've gotten a lot of requests for those sidewalk gaps to be filled in there. So thank you so much for putting that in there.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Yep, just want to thank staff for bringing this forward, and I know that this is a first step of many. We have quite a few missing sidewalks in the city of Aurora, and it really is an accessibility issue. So I hope that we continue to work on addressing the sidewalk gaps that we have.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, I mean, there's several projects that are in the district, so I'm very supportive and excited. I would also say for the aging and older infrastructure in the Northwest Aurora, where we have very skinny, non-ADA compliant sidewalks, I support this and then continuing to widen, right, so that people have the same, you know, not just a really tiny stretch and then an ADA compliant one. That's not very accessible as well. So just continuing to ask for those, and otherwise this is a great investment.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11G. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
The time is now 7:55. I have a request for a break, so we will be in recess until 8:05. Council stands in recess. The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council is called back to order. Will the clerk now please read the title to 11H?
Item 11H is Resolution 2022-118, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, to amend the rules of order and procedure for the Aurora, Colorado City Council regarding international travel. And Mayor, there is one individual who would like to make public comment.
Very well.
Arnie Schultz, and he's...
My name is Arnie, and my name is Arnie Schultz, and I'm a resident of Aurora. On June 6th, I sent the following email to the mayor and city council. Dear Mayor and City Council, I would suggest that the mayor and those who agree with him on his opposition to obtaining valuable knowledge from international conferences on more livable, humane, and ecologically sustainable cities take a look at the website link for the conference purpose, agenda, and list of speakers from all over the world before you decide if international travel is or is not of value to those living in Aurora. I am convinced it is. The agenda was full of learning opportunities with little free time, if any, during the day. It was probably one of the most valuable conferences for our council members, and would have been great if planning staff had attended as well. What difference should it make to the mayor or anyone else if those attending don't exceed their travel budget and report to the resident staff and city council on what they have learned and how it can be applied to the betterment of our city? In my more than 40 years of following city council and staff, I am fairly certain this is one of the few times there was public report following any trip to a conference. I think it should be there should be a public report following any conference that requires travel, should be mandatory for reasons of transparency. I've attached 2 photos from the conference that demonstrates why further travel to the ICML annual conference should be permitted. Just look at the transformation that ultimately resulted in the suburb of Paris, and don't tell me whether or not you think the residents of Aurora can benefit from this international conference. I would appreciate you acknowledge that you have read this, looked at the photos, and let me know if you think there is benefit to be gained from this annual international conference for the residents of Aurora. Thank you. I did receive a thank you from Councilmember Zvonek, who is the only non-Democrat member of council to respond to me. I would like a presentation from those members of council who recently attended the Accelerate Colorado event in Washington, D.C., including an explanation of why the other council members' rooms were more expensive than Councilmember Gardner's. As I mentioned in my email, for the sake of transparency, I would also appreciate public presentations following any trips by the mayor or council. Thank you.
There are no further speakers.
Thank you. And Mayor Kaufman, this is your issue. Do you want to go ahead and make a presentation?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. What this does is it establishes a sort of a 2-tiered threshold or 2-phase threshold that has to be met for international travel. I think the first is it has to be either recommended by the Office of Sister Cities International, or the Sister Cities International Program, rather, or coming from the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs. And so the executive director of either program would then give a presentation to a study session, and in the study session there would have to be 6 members that would be willing to support that travel before it could occur. That is the proposal.
Okay. Do we have discussion?
Motion, I think.
Oh, sorry, motion first.
I move item number 11H.
Okay, we have a motion for 11H. Is there a second?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll second item number 11H.
Okay, we have a second discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I guess my question here is, what is the issue with international travel versus fiscal responsibility? This trip cost council members Marcano and Murillo significantly less than the $3,500 each for 6 council members to go to Accelerate Colorado. And that was just in Washington, D.C. And so Councilmember Marcano's expense, I think, was roughly the same as each person's travel to Accelerate Colorado, and there were 6 people that went on that. So when we're talking about fiscal responsibility, I think we should, instead of saying, where is the conference, right? Because a useful conference could be hosted anywhere, potentially. Rather, what are we doing to make sure that the expenses incurred are reasonable? And one of the ways we can do that, and I'm actually bringing forth an ordinance on that, is to fall within the GSA guidelines for expenses on trips. And also, how do we make sure that the expenses on trips are accountable? And so in the case of Councilmember Marcano and Councilmember Murillo, there's an accounting of the items that were paid for with their expense on that trip: rooms, food, airfare. And so the other component of the resolution that I'm bringing forward is that we not have any all-inclusive trips that don't account for what the costs are for that trip. So for Accelerate, it's $3,500. All-inclusive, it doesn't say how much was spent on a yacht cruise, how much was spent on a chartered flight, et cetera. And so those things, like what are the actual expenses that we're paying for with our money, should be clear and transparent. And that doesn't happen with Accelerate. It's just a lump sum, and that's all the public has access to, is what is the lump sum that was paid. And so it's not just about Accelerate, it's about, again, that accountability and that accounting of what you've spent to the public, and making sure that those costs are all reasonable, are all learning-oriented, and that we're not paying as a city for above and beyond expenses. And I think if you look at the actual costs incurred for this trip that was entirely based on educational purposes, that you can see that it's accountable to the taxpayers, and it shows what that educational purpose was. And that's not always true of all of the trips that council members take. So I would like to see that happen, and I'll be bringing that forward. And I won't be supporting this.
Further discussion? Mayor?
Well, I am, this proposal obviously just looks at international travel, and I'd welcome a proposal coming forward that would look at domestic travel as well.
Further discussion?
Mayor Protem.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, why are you specifically focusing on international travel?
I just think for a locally elected official, individually selecting going to an international conference is inappropriate, period.
And could you please, for the taxpayers, explain why it's inappropriate?
Well, I certainly-
have a responsibility to explain this.
Let's be recognized. So who's speaking first? Councilmember Marcano? Okay. Mayor, please.
Yeah, in listening to your presentation, I just didn't see the value in it of transferring, civic life in Paris to Aurora, Colorado. But then if in fact, Sister Cities International or the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs would be willing to support such a program and bring it before City Council, then under this proposal, it would be voted on.
Okay. Further discussion?
Mayor Protem.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you,
and then
ma'am.
Councilmember Gardner, I think.
So just to clarify, you personally didn't believe that this was valuable, and this leads you to believe that you should now be the arbiter, I guess?
Councilmember Marcano, remember we passed the decorum resolution, so we should not address people personally. You can address the issue.
The mayor did say that he believed this, so I'm asking for clarification for his own words.
I'm sorry, what is your question?
You believe that you should be the arbiter of what isn't valuable information?
Mayor?
I think that the resolution doesn't say that. What the resolution says is 6 members have to support international travel.
Councilmember Gardner?
Thank you. To me, I'm a lot less concerned with where a trip goes than the value back to the city. I think first by outsourcing the decision to the Office of Immigrant and International Affairs and/or Aurora sister cities, we're essentially outsourcing policymaking to the city, because we're saying unless that group of staff members approves this travel or thinks it's worth it to those two groups, then a council member can't attend that conference. And I just don't think that's right. And furthermore, we're taking it a step further by making it a partisan political process, because at the end of the day, this is a partisan body. And what we're saying is a majority of city council, after staff has decided whether or not that's going to be the policy of the city, is going to make that decision. And I just don't think that's the right way. What I would prefer to see is a rule in place where a council member that attends a conference, any conference, has to make a presentation back to council and/or the relevant policy committee, something like that, to show what the value was, to show what they learned, to show what they can bring back to the city. Because at the end of the day, the location they're going, whether the optics may be good or bad, and they might be bad with Paris, I don't know. But to me, I think there's a lot more to say whether or not there's value back to the city, not the location they're going. I recently returned from an international conference to Mexico City with the Downtown Denver Partnership, and I will say I got more out of that trip and learned more on that conference than I have at most domestic conferences, specifically for some pretty important projects that are coming to Aurora, one being the bus rapid transit on Colfax. And so I can justify in my mind the value I'm bringing back to the city and what I was able to learn at that conference, compared, frankly, to some conferences where, it's alcohol-fueled social events. And, not that there's anything wrong with that, but there needs to be value coming back to the city. And if there's not value back to the city, it doesn't really matter if you're going to the Gaylord here in Aurora or if you're going across the world. If there's not value back to the city, that's where what we should really be concerned about. So I will not be supporting this.
Madam Chairman.
Further discussion?
Madam Chair. So you would not be able to, under this proposal, to simply decide that you want to go to an international conference. Those reasons are clearly prescribed by either organization, Sister Cities International or the Office of Immigrant and International Affairs. And so it would not be really at the discretion of the bureaucrats that run these programs, or in the executive director in the case of Sister Cities International. But if a program fell under what they do, the missions of either organization, then in fact it would come before. So it would preclude you from being able to unilaterally decide, I want to go to this conference in Paris, or I want to go to, wherever in the world that you want to sign up for a conference.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Further discussion? Councilmember Coombs?
But it wouldn't preclude you from saying, I want to go to this conference in New York City and have the city pay for an expensive New York City hotel and flights, and you going out and essentially taking a vacation on the taxpayer's dime. It's only if it's international that you have a concern, and there's not that level of accountability asked for on any other type of travel.
Mayor?
I think we're locally elected officials. We're not on the international stage. We are not members of the United States House of Representatives or the Senate. And so I fail to see the nexus of international travel with locally elected officials. But I look forward to your proposal. I think transparency, both internationally and locally, in terms of being more respectful of the taxpayers, is important.
Further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to point out that one of the meetings that we had, in addition to the actual conference, was with the Ile-de-France Chamber of Commerce, which had no idea that Aurora had a biomedical campus, that had no idea that we had an inland port. And they have a lot of local businesses that are looking to expand to other markets. And when they learned that we are a city that has 20% of a 20% foreign-born population, they became very interested in that, and that they think that there's actually value to their members. So, frankly, Mayor, the fact that you have such a very, very narrow view of how to, build international relationships and commerce is, frankly, really disappointing. I think that Councilmember Gardner's trip to Mexico City also sounded very interesting. We had a great conversation about bus rapid transit and some of the innovations that they're able to make there. We have a tremendous amount to learn from folks outside of the United States, especially, frankly, when it comes to urban planning and to economic development. We have an an Office of Immigrant and International Affairs in Aurora. We have a city arm that is Visit Aurora, well, city arm that is Visit Aurora, that is entire purpose is to draw international and national tourism. So what you are saying, frankly, doesn't mesh with the reality of the situation here. And I just have to point out that you decided to go onto social media, half-cocked, as you have a tendency to do, and accused us of taking a vacation.
Marcano,
Yes, ma'am.
please.
I'm sorry?
Half-cocked, do you need to say that?
I do, because he did.
It's a personal attack, and it's
He personally
outside
attacked
of the
me,
decorum
so-
resolution.
Okay. And the fact is that you made a bunch of assumptions about this trip that were completely false. And now you're backpedaling, and you're even getting pushback from, folks who probably you didn't expect to get pushback on this from. Because all this is an opportunity for you to attack your political opponents and to just persecute people because you have disagreements with them. And I think it's just extremely shameful.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Wait a minute. I have Mayor, and then I have Councilmember Murillo. Please be respectful. We can debate whether it's a good idea to have 6 members voting on travel. Mayor first, and then Councilmember Murillo.
Sure, we have, the Fitzsimmons Innovation Community does that economic development work internationally in the bioscience space, and they're very successful at doing that, and they're professionals at that. And I failed to see how going to Mexico City to learn about bus rapid transit, bus rapid transit is ongoing in a number of American cities. And so I'm just, as somebody who traveled internationally in another office, I just really failed to see the value of local elected officials, traveling internationally. But there are some limited circumstances where it very well may be warranted, and those will come before the city council in a study session and a vote, before a vote.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. I think I've remained largely silent on this because frankly, I think this is a waste of everyone's time. I think it's very clear that this was a very retaliatory ordinance based on travel that, legitimate travel. The city issued a statement that, myself and Councilmember Marcano followed all of our policies and procedures around travel. I think it's a very clear and sad waste of time and staff resources that we're pretending like there's any legitimacy to this conversation. In the same breath that this resolution is being brought up, we're completely silent on the fact that the mayor didn't decide that this was an issue until the 2 Latino council members decided to go travel internationally. Excuse me? Excuse me? I think I'm speaking, thank you.
Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. If you could make sure that we are following rules of decorum, that'd be great. The mayor traveled to El Salvador about a year ago. There was no such moral high ground, no such resolution. Councilmember Gardner went to Mexico City just recently. I didn't see a social media post saying that those were taxpayer-funded vacations. So I'm really having a hard time, whether it's because we're both Latino council members, because we are affiliated with one political party. I just fail to see why this is even a legitimate conversation, frankly. I think there's 2 parts to this, right? Is that we would be abdicating our policy decision-making, discretion to staff because they get to decide which meetings we get to attend. And then the other part is we are 100% making this a partisan situation where the majority right now, it's a conservative majority, get to decide what we can and cannot do. So in effect, we are creating a really crazy situation that it doesn't need to exist. If there are other rules and changes that need to be made, great. I'm open to having those discussions. I know some council members use their travel budget for trips to Washington, D.C., which, $3,500. Why would you need to spend that much money on a lobbying trip to Washington, D.C., right? So, I mean, I haven't said much, but I'm really left with drawing conclusions here, because there's no logical train of thought, no logical explanation that you could follow that really describes what's going on here, or the intention behind this ordinance, or rather resolution. So I see some of my colleagues are chomping at the bit to address my comments, and it's interesting what people will react to, what's offensive to people, not the content of what I say, what I said, the premise of my issue, but potentially narrowly focusing on some comments. I think it's very telling about people's priorities.
And I saw Councilmember Jurenski raise her hand.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not offended by anything you said. I just would like to let the public know. You said that the 2 Latino members of council there's 3 Latino members of this council, and I really just do have to react to the comment alluding that our mayor may possibly be racist against Hispanics, when he in fact speaks more Spanish than any council member on this council. And I would just like to put that out there for the public if we're going to start throwing the race card around.
Hermana, estás equivocada.
Please,
Mayor Pro Tem.
please. Wait, Councilmember Jurenski, are you finished?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gardner?
Yeah, a couple things. First, there are other cities in the U.S. that have BRT systems. However, they have very poor reputations for ridership and usage, whereas Mexico City, the largest city in North America, a city with 7 million cars, has been able to drastically reduce traffic. And so I think learning from a city that's actually been successful, rather than a city like Albuquerque or Houston where it hasn't worked, is in the best interest of Aurora to find out how it's done correctly. But in reading this rule change, it specifically outsources part of approval to staff of the city. It says all international travel at taxpayer expense shall be prohibited unless travel is approved by 6 council members and the mayor. It must also be specifically requested by either the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs or Aurora sister cities. At the end of the day, this outsources policy-making decisions to staff, because those 2 groups are the sole arbiters in the city of whether or not a council member can attend an international conference. If one of those 2 offices does not approve it, then it cannot move forward. And how this is written does not give council and or the mayor to override that, and that's wrong.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. Like I said, I think what people decide to get outraged over is very telling. I did not refer to or reference our 3rd council member, who's also Latino, because he wasn't on the trip. So I made no errors in my statement there. And I think factually, to say that the mayor speaks the most Spanish, which, by the way, if you've looked at our records of budget, the mayor decided to use taxpayer dollars to learn a different language. Again, we could interrogate that, but again, factually speaking, that's what that budget was used for. Yeah, but there are actual council members here that speak Spanish, so I just wanted to correct the record. And the fact that my colleagues might be outraged over me not including a council member in my statement, as opposed to the fact that what I said wasn't wrong. Councilmember Marcano and I went to the exact same conference last year in Carmel, Indiana. Nobody had an issue there. Suddenly, when it's an international trip, it's an issue. But I haven't heard the same statements made about Councilmember Gardner's trip. I also haven't heard the same statements around the mayor's trip. So I will let you do the math there. I don't want to think that that's the case, but there's no other I don't have a logical explanation. This is very clearly a retaliatory ordinance. We shouldn't be making ordinances based on
disagreements, personal disagreements, or trying to win political points. But here we are. So, yeah, no, you might say that there's a race card. Nope, I think that there's the facts, and I am sharing them with you all. Thanks.
Mayor?
Let me just say, I think someday I hope that San Salvador will be the Paris of Central America, and that locally elected officials from everywhere will want to go there and for international conferences. But that is not the case today, unfortunately. I hope that it is someday, but it's very violent. And but I was asked to go down there because we have a consulate here in the city of Aurora, and I lobbied for it along with former Mayor Hogan, the late Mayor Hogan, to get it located in the city of Aurora, and so we did that. And so I was requested to go, and so I did. And so, but that trip would have to go forward under this new system and be approved by 6 members of the council. I didn't know, there was no public statement. This is about transparency. There was no public statement by Councilmember Murillo, Councilmember McConnell, before they left for Paris, that they were going to Paris. I just learned now that Councilmember Gardner had gone to Mexico City. And so this is about transparency. But when the fact is that under this proposal, yes, that it's not bureaucrats making the decision. It's the fact that there are no more international conferences that would be allowed I can't imagine them coming forward by the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs or by the Sister Cities International Program. With that, call for the question. Motion to call for the question.
Can I make a statement before we call for the question? Because I haven't been able to say anything.
Motion to call for the question, non-debatable.
Okay.
I believe it
Is there a
requires
second?
a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. City Clerk, we have call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman?
The mayor votes yes.
Okay, the motion does not pass with 5 votes. Voting yes, Councilmember Zabonik, Councilmember Lawson, Mayor Kaufman, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, and Councilmember Gardner.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I thought we were over. I didn't even get to speak.
No, it didn't pass.
Right. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. What I was going to say is that I'm really disappointed that this has become this has become partisan, because I didn't see it that way. I saw it as the mayor's prerogative to bring forth a resolution on international travel. We heard from constituents that were not happy about it, so it was being addressed. Had it been a total ban on international travel, I would not have supported it. But the fact that it required 6 votes, I thought that was fair, because I thought you could talk about why you were intending to go on a conference internationally, and if you had a good case made, that you would get support from your colleagues. So I didn't see it as punitive. I saw it as just, policy making that maybe clarified the purpose of the trip. That's all I wanted to say.
Yep.
Mayor?
Let me offer an amendment, and that the amendment is that it doesn't have to go through the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs, or it doesn't have to come forward through the Sister Cities Program International, but it does come with that all international travel is transparent, and it does come before the study session for a vote, and it requires 6 votes to be able to do it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Go ahead, Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. So, Mayor, I just want to remind you that the reason you found out about this was because I was live tweeting the whole conference, just like I did last year. And I was going to give an update at my August Ward 4 meeting before you spoke a mistruth or an untruth, whatever word I'm allowed to say, about the entire conference. There was never any intent to not talk about this, because these conferences are exceptionally valuable. No, there's not a motion on the floor. It died.
Second.
Is there a motion?
The motion died. To amend the resolution, And so I wanted, is there a second to that motion?
Okay, so there's a motion, is there a second?
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll
Sure.
second it.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Is there-
Okay, so there's a motion and a second,
So that-
discussion.
So, as I was saying, this was already transparent. There was already going to be a follow-up, which, by the way, I do agree. We should all be required to give follow-ups after all of our conferences so that we can demonstrate to each other and to the public what value we derive from them. I do not believe that it should ever be up to council or the mayor as to what value we think we will derive from a conference, because it will turn into a partisan food fight. And Mayor Pro Tem, respectfully, I disagree. This was partisan from the jump. The mayor spoke a mistruth on social media, riled up a bunch of people. Of course you heard about it. And some joker on hate radio ran with it as well, making false allegations. So, yeah, that's why you all heard about it. It was all based off of BS. And just because the mayor doesn't like the trip, he went out there posting pictures of the Eiffel Tower when we were in a suburb of the region. The Eiffel Tower didn't come into it. So I feel like this has been deceitful, partisan, and designed to just attack Councilmember Murillo and I from the jump. The fact that we're entertaining this, giving this any kind of merit, is a disservice to our residents. If anyone has questions about our travel, happy to answer that anytime. All of our travel information is publicly available. It's easily Cora'd if people want more information. No one has anything to hide. What we're doing is just adding another layer of opportunity for us to snipe and bicker that it's not going to serve anybody.
Okay. Further discussion, and it needs to be discussion based on the new amended motion.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, Councilmember Coombs.
I'm concerned that this still makes it partisan, which again, I believe that it is. This didn't only result in partisan social media bickering that involved attacking council members. It also involved partisan social media bickering that involved attacking a council member's spouse. And I think that if it's 6 votes, whoever's in the majority gets to do whatever they want, and anybody else can be told, no, you can't do that, no matter what value there may be. And that's concerning, and that does happen on this body. People make partisan votes that aren't about the merits. It does happen, and I'm concerned that that will continue to happen under this rules change.
Mayor?
A motion to call for the question on the amendment to the resolution.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second call for the question on the amended motion.
Wait,
This is,
sorry, are
we need to
we
clarify.
calling the
Calling for the
question
question.
or
Yeah.
doing the
Call for the question.
amendment?
We're voting on call.
Oh, because the.
You're voting on the amendment.
Okay, yeah, the screen says the
Voting on the call
amendment.
for the question. They're voting on the call for the question.
Yeah, we have to vote for call on the
The
question first.
the
Yes.
motion for the vote, call for
Right.
the question.
We're voting on call for the question.
I'm sorry, who had the second? Councilmember Gardner?
I don't remember. I thought it was Sunberg.
Okay, Mayor Kaufman?
Mayor votes aye.
Councilmember Zvonik?
Yes.
The motion passes with 4 votes from Councilmember Medina, Councilmember Marcano, Councilmember Murillo, and Councilmember Sundberg.
Okay, so we just, now we need to vote on the
Now we go
amendment.
right to the resolution.
Now you're voting.
I'm sorry, right to the amendment.
Amended resolution.
Is it the amended resolution or just the amendment
It's as to
itself?
the amendment itself.
Just-
Sorry,
Only to the amendment.
to the amended.
This vote is for the amendment only, correct?
Yes.
Councilmember Sundberg? Okay, the motion passes with 3 votes voting in the negative from Councilmember Medina, Councilmember Coombs, and Councilmember Murillo.
Now you're voting on the resolution as amended.
And now we are voting on the resolution as amended.
Mayor Protem?
Yes, Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, I think even with the fact that our colleagues get to decide what is and isn't useful, I think is very concerning to me. I've had conversations about this with folks, and somebody brought it up to me. It was like, your colleagues didn't elect you, so like, why do they get to decide how you are using your role and your budget? If there was a way for that to be incorporated, I think that would be great. Obviously, that's probably not feasible, but I just think we're, again, adding a layer of bureaucracy to the process, and we're making it 100% partisan. Basically, it's a popularity contest. The majority of people can decide. Maybe there's a vote the next meeting that they want you to vote for. Guess what? They can hold your travel against you. I like to think the best of folks, but I'm being very straightforward that is how that could work. We are holding a travel budget that we've all used very freely and openly, and I've trusted my colleagues to spend with discretion. I've given them that respect, and now we're creating a very uncomfortable situation where we could essentially trade votes because you want your travel approved next meeting. Well, guess what? My vote for my item is next meeting as well. So up to 6 to decide whether or not we're going to travel somewhere. I'm very concerned it's setting a very uncomfortable, nasty precedent for the way in which we do business. And I think it's wholly inappropriate that our council members would have potentially subjective opinions, and they get to decide what is and isn't valuable for, if we're in different wards, like what is and isn't value for my district versus what is and isn't value for Ward 6 or 3 or 2, right? I just have a really big issue with that. So even as amended, I think it's wholly inappropriate, and I don't support.
So if vote trading for the public is illegal, so we shouldn't be vote trading, I can give you my word that I will be looking at any travel for international that comes forward objectively, and if it's, the merits of it prove itself, I don't have a problem with it.
Mayor?
Councilmember Lawson.
Yeah, I just want to just say that, for me, I don't have, for one of my colleagues to say that we're trading political votes. If you come up with a relevant reason of why you're going to the conference, that's fine. If you want to make sure that all conferences are voted on, I don't have a problem with that. You're putting up Accelerate. Accelerate has a lot of benefits as well. If you want a breakdown of that for transparency, I don't have a problem with that as well, because we're all accountable for what our travel is about. I just think that also some of my colleagues are making Accelerate political. You haven't even said anything about all the other conferences that we go to. I know for me, I'll give my report at the end on Accelerate and CML and, when we do reports. But I don't even have a problem if someone wants to bring up an ordinance for all travel to be evaluated, if that's what it needs to be done. But to sit up here and say that all of us are going to be doing that for trading votes, I find that very disingenuous. If you're going somewhere and it's legitimate and you can bring back value, I'm fine with that. But I do think just this back and forth and all this political banter about someone's trading votes and someone's going to be doing this, that's just wrong. Not everybody is like that. So that's what I wanted to say, Mayor, on this issue.
Thank you. Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, like I said, I like to think the best of my colleagues, and I have thus far. And I believe my colleagues when they say they would make decisions and, with the best faith, but that's still not a guarantee. I'm not singling out any one council member, but from a process standpoint, you're right, trading votes is not allowed, but does it happen? Yes. Will this potentially make that worse? Yeah, I think so. So, you know, we can, yeah, this is inherently partisan, so there's nothing that I believe I'm saying that is not in line with just the premise of the conversation. I think if this is going to pass, I would like to amend to add objective criteria of what is a useful or valuable conference, so that it's not based on someone's opinion, right? If it meets these criteria, you know, then it should be allowed.
Okay.
So, yeah, actually, can I offer like an amendment to the resolution?
What is she trying to say?
She wants to offer an amendment that adds language to your amended resolution that would say that you would put in objective reasons for your travel.
Yeah, that it should, can I clarify?
Yes, go ahead.
That it should meet our city stated goals, and we can define what document that is, but city stated goals. So as if it aligns with that, great. That should be the objective criteria, not council members' opinion of the value of.
Is that a friendly amendment?
I don't know. Is it a friendly amendment?
Mayor, do you accept that
Well,
as a friendly
no,
amendment?
I mean, Mayor Pro Tem, of course it's going to be. I mean, that each member, if they want to do international travel, has to make a case to the council in study session. And so they will have the opportunity to put forward objectively whatever criteria they think is valid for that particular trip. And so inherently, that's already there. So, but the fact is that people are going to make the decision based on whether or not they feel the trip is valid. And so, so I think that the language is unnecessary.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, go ahead.
So we're making decisions based on how council members feel?
No,
I'm trying to clarify, because that's what council members feel is appropriate. I'm literally trying to add objective criteria. I don't understand why there's hesitation there. That, to me, is not explicit. That would be the benefit of the doubt I hope council members would make decisions by, but that's not a guarantee. Isn't it our prerogative and our responsibility to make sure that we are passing well-thought policy that is contemplating these potential issues moving forward? Because I thought that was our job. And I believe by adding some sort of objective criteria, we would be moving away from the concerns, the legitimate concerns that I have, which I'm entitled to as a council member, around uncomfortable situations like trading boats or other prohibited activities. I stated an issue and I proposed a solution.
Okay, so is that still, you have a motion?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there
I'll
a second? We have a second from Councilmember.
And can I add some kind of language?
Do we have a second? Sorry, okay.
And can I add, maybe we say the strategic plan would be the kind of document that we use for the objective criteria? Does it meet the goals of the city's strategic plan?
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
To mine.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Mayor?
Oh, well, yeah, Madam Chairman, to the amendment, the fact is that there's always going to be a subjective element to it. I reviewed, I listened to your presentation, Councilmember McConnell, Councilmember Murillo, about Paris, and we differ on it. I don't think that the trip was valid. You think it was valid. And that doesn't matter whatever criteria is presented. And so that you can't strip somebody's basically reasoning away. There's going to be different attitudes in terms of what international travel is. If you want to reiterate, which is objectively reality, that the member is going to give, if they want to do international travel, they're going to give a presentation to that effect why they should do it. And of course, it's from their perspective, it's going to have objective criteria to it. Legally, I absolutely don't understand what this amendment will do, and I'd like to defer to the city attorney to opine on what exactly this amendment would do.
City attorney? So my understanding is currently what's on the floor is the last sentence is now gone, removing international and immigrant affairs in Aurora sister cities. So what would happen is at a study session, a council member would bring this forward and would have to articulate how this meets the criteria being meeting the strategic plan.
The goals stated,
The goals stated in the strategic plan.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment offered by Councilmember Murillo.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. I think the amendment makes sense because it would require any of these conferences to tie back to what we're trying to accomplish as a city. We also see that in our council goal section of all of our, every one of our agenda items. So having a direct connection to that, I think makes a lot of sense. I still don't think that it's frankly the mayor's or any of the rest of my colleagues' businesses what conferences we decide to go to. Ultimately, we're accountable and we're elected by our constituents, not by the mayor. So I don't see the purpose of making the gavel a little bigger, just to basically add more political, opportunity for more political squabbles.
Well, okay.
And no, I think the language is to put that when it comes before council, that it would tie back to the strategic plan.
Can I clarify? So, yeah, so shall be prohibited unless such travel is approved by 6 council members / the mayor based on criteria that it applies directly to our strategic plan, the city's strategic plan.
Okay.
That would be the direction.
And I will just say, I don't think there's a problem with that because for me, it was implied in yours. But if this codifies it, personally, I'm fine with it. Further discussion, Councilmember Marcano.
Yes, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that this is in lieu of having a council vote.
No.
On whether, I'm asking Councilmember Murillo. Thank you.
I think not necessarily. I mean, I'd prefer for there not to be a vote. Just like I said, this is going to get into some weird territory. But if there is to be a vote, that it's based on meeting this criteria. So your judgment has to be based on whether or not it ties into any city goals as laid out in the strategic plan.
Councilmember Jurinski.
Yeah, thank you. I just see this whole thing and I don't understand the pushback. I was in full agreement of maybe getting city staff out of the decision-making on international travel, but I see this as accountability to our constituents. I personally didn't even know that you guys were going to this conference until like 3 or 4 days before you went to this conference. I just don't understand all of this pushback. I think it's transparency. And if we're going to have a strategic plan, then I think a part of that strategic plan should be attendance. If you can go to Paris for a week, but you can't show up to, committee meetings or council meetings or stuff like that, then I think that should be added in to the strategic plan. And let's just have full accountability and transparency to the public.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilmember Coombs.
So I don't think that accountability to the public and accountability to a highly partisan elected body are the same things. Folks on this body behave in a highly partisan manner. And so accountability to our constituents would be giving the types of presentations that have been given, and again, tying it to the strategic plan, which is about serving our constituents.
So if we can stay on the amended resolution, we are talking about Councilmember Murillo's amended resolution, which adds language on the 6 members voting based on criteria presented. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. Mayor.
Thank you. I think that the intent is clear. Without this amendment, I'm clearly not supporting the amendment. I don't think it does anything, first of all, because at the end of the day, it's not the question about what the brochure says about, going to Paris. It's about what is the efficacy of going to Paris to learn things that one can learn here at home. And so I don't think that changes that. And so I would call for the question on the amendment and urge a no vote.
Is there a second?
Urge a yes vote for call for the question, urge a no vote.
Okay, there's a call for the question. Is there a second?
To clarify,
Is there a
that's on the
second
amendment?
Second,
There's a call for the question on the amended resolution. Is there a second?
Zavonic.
Okay, we have a second.
Sorry,
Crystals.
sorry, on the amendment or the
No,
amended
for the call for the
resolution?
The
question.
amended resolution.
Call to the question.
Well, first, we're voting on call for the question.
So this motion, maybe changing language from call for the question to, the motion is to end debate.
Yeah.
On
Yeah,
this
that's-
amendment, though?
Yes,
right?
we're
Not on the whole
ending,
thing.
we're ending debate, so we're going to vote on ending debate, and then we're going to vote on the amended resolution.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Correct?
Mayor Pro Tem,
It's a non-debate.
there's a motion on the floor for an amendment. Are we going to vote on that first?
Nope.
City Attorney,
So you're ending debate on the motion that's on the floor. So you're going to vote, one, if you want to end debate or not, and then if you end debate, then you will move on to voting on the amendment.
okay. So is the vote coming up? Now I don't have internet connection. Okay. Oh, there it is.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and now we are voting on the amended resolution that Councilmember,
You're voting on Councilmember Murillo's amendment.
that's what I said.
No. Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about.
I know.
Don't confuse me more.
Just the amendment.
Councilmember Zavonic.
No.
It's tied, Mayor.
Mayor votes no.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes for yes, and that's Councilmember Medina, Councilmember Marcano, Councilmember Coombs, Councilmember Bergen, and Councilmember Murillo.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, Councilmember Gardner.
motion to end debate and vote on the resolution in its current and final form.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. We are now voting to end debate.
Who did the second?
Oh,
Zavonic.
Okay, thank you.
and I apologize to the city clerk for all this confusion.
I apologize to the residents of Aurora.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes on the
In debate.
resolution as amended.
End debate.
To end debate, yes.
Okay, and the motion passes with 2 votes voting for no. That's Councilmember Coombs and Councilmember Murillo.
Okay, and now we are voting on the final amended
Right.
resolution.
Okay, the motion does not pass with 4 votes for yes, and that's Councilmember Zavonic, Councilmember Lawson, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, and Councilmember Jurenski.
Okay, we're done. I give the gavel back to the mayor. How come I always get the difficult ones?
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 11I?
11I is Resolution 2022-119, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, to amend the Rules of Order and Procedure for the Aurora, Colorado City Council regarding limited council dialogue.
Brief presentation by staff.
Mayor, I can
Oh, I'm
take this
sorry.
one. Mayor, I'm the sponsor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Councilmember Jurenski?
Thank you. So this section just amends a rule that council already has. And it basically states council shall be given an opportunity to address staff to exchange contact information when the speaker is at the podium. And council may clarify statements related to any speaker's comments at the conclusion of public invited to be heard, but shall not enter into any form of debate with speakers, but would give any council member an opportunity to correct any statements that may not be true.
Motion?
Motion.
Councilmember Jurenski?
Second.
It's moved by Councilmember Jurenski, seconded by Councilmember Zvonek, to approve item number 11.
Aye.
11I. Discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs?
Yeah, so I don't support this because it gives council members the last word when we already have the power of being up here on the dais, and we have the power of having the last word during our council reports at the end. So I don't think we need a formal, structured portion of public invited to be heard that gives us the last word toward the public.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Protem.
So this went to the Rules Committee, and we discovered in the Rules Committee that it actually was already a rule that you could ask the mayor to have discussion following public invited. This just changes it slightly so that it's the timing. I think before you could do it at any time. This brings it to the end of public invited, and then it's simply to correct an infactual statement.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Jurenski?
Yeah, just to clarify, this is currently a rule. So any of us right now can correct something, a statement made. This was found out in the Rules Committee that this was actually already a rule. What I'm bringing forward is just an amendment to this rule, that we would only have an opportunity to correct something said in public invited to be heard after all speakers have been heard.
Okay. And I rise in support. I think this makes it's a better organized way of doing it. Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
All right, thank you. I'm in opposition to this as well. As Councilmember Coombs mentioned, we already have the last word at the end of the meetings, and I have seen where some of our former council members would use this to snip back at the public and even claim things were untrue when they demonstrably weren't. So seeing as we couldn't even pass a resolution to amend our rules around honesty and having to be honest when we're acting in our official capacities, I do not trust this body to judge when someone in the public is or is not speaking. I don't like the implication that we're now accusing people who testify before us of mistruths. I think that if there's something that we feel we need to respond to, that's what our end of the meeting report is for.
Mayor.
Councilmember Jurenski.
I just would like to clarify one more time that this is already a rule. So as of right now, it is written in our rules that we can speak back to the public. And so right now, it could essentially be at any time, right after they've spoken, while they're at the podium. This amendment to this rule directs us to hold that back until they have all spoke during public invited to be heard. So it is, just to clarify one more time, it is already a rule that we can address anyone in public invited to be heard and clarify something. I am just amending that rule.
Okay. Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. And to clarify, I don't support changing the rule as it's written, and in fact, I would like to remove that rule from our rules because I have seen that be abused in the past. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. I did have a question about how rules are changed in the Rule Committee. Is it,
I guess I'm trying to understand if voting to change the rule via ordinance is the only way to change our council rules, or sorry, resolution, or if, yeah, can I get that clarification first?
And Mayor, I can address that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So in the Rules Committee, we discuss any rules that we would like to change. And then the committee, it's kind of like any other policy committee, you decide whether to move that forward. And if the majority wants to move it forward, it moves forward like it does tonight as a resolution. This is not an ordinance, but it's a resolution to change the rules. So we don't change the rules in the Rules Committee. We have to move it forward. There is always the prerogative of a council member to bypass the Rules Committee and then just bring it straight to the floor.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11I. Call for the question.
The motion passes with 4 votes for no. That's Councilmember Medina, Councilmember Marcano, Councilmember Coombs, and Councilmember Murillo.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 11J?
11J is Resolution 2022-120, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving the contract for purchase of Union Ditch Company stock from SB Farms, Inc.
Presentation by staff.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
Thank you very much. My name is Dawn Jewell. I am the Water Resources Manager for the South Platte Basin in the Water Department. What you have before you is a contract for purchase of water rights, which are represented by 4 shares of the Union Ditch Company, which we are purchasing from SB Farms. The purchase price is $1,980,000. This is a purchase of 155 acre-feet of consumptive use of water, which breaks down to just under $13,000 per acre-foot for this purchase of water. We anticipate closing by the first week of August if approved, and we do have a water use agreement in place for a lease back to the farmer to continue using this water for agricultural use through 2037. The reason for that is this water is for our anticipated growth within the city, and it is for future use for the city. And I'll invite any questions.
Questions to staff?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
just for the benefit of the public, how comparable is $13,000 per acre foot compared to what we typically are spending on water rights?
We are currently spending about $18,000 per acre foot on purchases, so this is actually a really good purchase. This was negotiated based on a share price by the seller, and we simply accepted his sale price.
Further discussion? Or any questions to staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to approve 11J.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by Sundberg. Seconded by Councilmember Sundberg to approve item number 11J. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11J. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 11K?
11K is Resolution 2022-121, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, authorizing the City of Aurora to implement a comprehensive approach to combat the increase in motor vehicle theft and related offenses. And Mayor, there is someone on the line for public comment.
Please proceed.
And I'm sorry, they're actually in person, and it's Sheriff Tyler Brown.
Okay. Sheriff Brown?
Is that on? Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Council. Sorry, I didn't realize I was going first. I rise in support of this ordinance for the City of Aurora to increase penalties for motor vehicle theft and possession of motor vehicle parts. Looking at the epidemic that is facing Arapahoe County and the metro area, we have seen an increase in motor vehicle theft as well as motor vehicle parts, and we've seen a decrease in these penalties. We've had to address this numerously, and we are ready to handle the increase of people at the Arapahoe County Detention Facility. So that is my statement. I will reserve any further time to answer questions if they come after staff has presented anything. But I am in support of this, and I think it's necessary as we look forward to protecting individual citizens and their property. You look at motor vehicle theft and how it affects individuals, not only on the theft of their property, but how they provide for their individual families. It's very important that we take this seriously and we address it. This is a public safety issue that needs to be looked at in a multiple prong approach, and this is one of those approaches. So,
Thank you, Sheriff Brown. Now, please join the chief at the table.
Thank you.
Stand by for questions. Councilmember Zvonek.
Thank you, Mayor. So motor vehicle theft has clearly become a crisis across Colorado and throughout our city. Colorado has the incredulous distinction of having the worst car theft rate in the nation. Between 2019 and 2021, the state saw an 86% increase in motor vehicle theft. During that same period of time, right here in Aurora, that increase was 236%. And I think it's important to note that that number, 236%, represents the increase in the number of instances that somebody in our community was a victim to motor vehicle theft. This doesn't even account for the victims of the subsequent crimes that are often committed in the stolen vehicles. There's no question that state laws have made many crimes, including motor vehicle theft, more permissive, and the emphasis on the compassion for criminals has gone too far and has seemingly been made a priority over justice for victims. As local elected officials, we have an obligation and an opportunity to take action to do more to improve public safety in our city. This resolution and the ordinance that we're going to discuss later is an important first step. Together, they will send a very clear message that Aurora is not the place to steal cars. It will demonstrate that the safety of our neighborhoods and that the safety of our residents will be our top priority, and that we will use every available tool available to us at the municipal level to address motor vehicle theft. I want to turn it over to Pete Schulte from the City Attorney's Office to walk through the details of this resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council members Zvonek. If you guys look at the sections down at the end of the resolution, this is a broader, once again, Pete Schulte, City Attorney's Office, as Council members Zvonek stated. I want to follow the rules here with the city staff here. If you look at Section 1 and Section 2, this is part of the broader plan, as Councilmember Zvonek talked about with the ordinance that's going to be coming forward later. And what we have seen, as Councilmember Zvonek has stated, we have seen a vast increase in both motor vehicle theft and other related crimes, such as catalytic converter theft. And so what this resolution does is it establishes a set of core strategies that are defined for city staff, the police department, to follow, and they're listed in Section 1, and I'll briefly go over them. It focuses on the city management, the court administrator, my office, the city attorney with Mr. Brotzman, and the presiding municipal court judge. We're to work with the city departments like the police department and to follow these areas A through G on Section 1. One is a continual review of sentences for those convicted of motor vehicle theft, theft of major components of motor vehicles, and FTAs, which is failure to appear for court settings. B, an enhanced prosecution and sentencing for those habitual offenders and those failing to appear in court, including reimbursement of victims and witnesses for actual costs. C, a plan to reduce the victim and witness attendance until trial. D, a creation or inclusion of victims to access fees and restitution earlier in the process, including reimbursement for impound fees and other costs. E, a more robust plan for the court to ensure victims' voices are heard. F, providing more resources and flexibility to the Aurora Police Department to apprehend those committing these crimes. And finally, to research and develop a plan for possibly implementing what we call a crime victim fund at the local level that we can use in our municipal court to offset those costs and expenses for victims of property crimes. And then Section 2 is to look at the Aurora Municipal Code and to take a targeted approach, as Councilmember Zvonek has directed our office to do, as part of this comprehensive strategy. And finally, Section 3 is to direct the city management to take proactive measures when the legislature meets again next year to say, hey, these reductions in what we've been seeing in these criminal laws are affecting our citizens at the local level, and we want them to be aware of it, and hopefully they can do what they need to do with it. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Further questions of staff? Councilmember McConnell.
Mayor, thank you. And thank you, Sheriff Brown, for your presentation, and also you, Pete. I do have, well, I guess first I'll start with, I really like the idea of elevating victims' voices. I do think that that is not something that is focused on enough in our criminal legal system. And I also very strongly support the idea of creating a victim crime fund. You know, goodness knows, private insurance is not in it to look out for victims. They're in it to look out for their bottom line. So I'm happy to see us hopefully taking some proactive steps to help victims of crime. However, I have to ask, have we ever seen steeper sentences for failure to appear or even for, you know, crime, going back to mandatory minimum sentences? Have we ever actually seen that reduce crime? Because I've read a tremendous amount on this topic, and this is something where I see strange bedfellows. The Cato Institute, which is a libertarian group, the American Legislative Exchange Council, which is a far-right wing, you know, basically policy mill, the American Civil Liberties Union, and the Marshall Project are all in agreement. Mandatory minimums don't deter anything. They might make us, it's really good for politics, number one, especially in an election year, but they don't actually deter anything. They actually cost the public more resources because you then have to expand jail capacity, you have to you know, spend more money in our municipal courts, et cetera. And I do see the public defender here, and I want to know, what is this fiscal note going to look like for the city? Because when I looked in our backup, it just said, yeah, there's going to be a fiscal impact, but it didn't say how much. And I would like to know what that looks like from staff. So I threw a lot at y'all there, so take your time, but yeah.
Well, let me address the failure to appear first, all right? So obviously we're just coming out of COVID, and the courts are getting back into kind of getting back to regular business, right? So we have not been actually issuing a second offense of failure to appear. What the courts have been doing has been adding fees and other costs to the underlying criminal case, which would be, in this example, motor vehicle theft, where a lot of those fees, if the defendant cannot pay it, they usually get waived. So there really was no incentive at that particular point to force the defendants to come to court. Now, our office, our criminal division, under Deputy City Attorney Julie Heckman, they will choose who to apply and to file one of these failure to appear cases on. We'll have a procedure for that, where on a day of trial, because the way it works now, as you know, Councilmember Marcano, is the Thursday before the trial setting, everybody comes down and they announce ready for trial. So the court says, all right, I'll see you Monday morning, we'll pick a jury and we'll move forward. All of a sudden on Monday morning, the defendant doesn't show up, right? And so all the witnesses have come down, the police officers have come down, and they're ready to go. So in that regard, they should be issued a failure to appear, because at some point, as Mr. Wilson, as we talked about in public safety, if the victim stops cooperating because they were tired of coming down to seek the justice that they are asking for, we have the burden of proof. We will have to dismiss the underlying case, but the penalty for failure to appear, for failure to show up on your bond conditions, to show up in court, will still be sitting out there. And we hope that, and what Councilmember Zvonek has stressed to our office, is we're hoping by filing those FTAs, that it will encourage people to show up on the days they're supposed to be there, so we don't have this revolving, you know, resetting of trial cases because, you know, defendants choose not to show up. Now, as far as the fiscal impact, I agree when we get to the ordinance. The resolution doesn't really focus on the increased penalties. We're just talking about coming up as a group of the departments of staff to come up with a comprehensive plan. I think we can talk more about that in the ordinance if that's okay with you, Councilmember Marcano. But that's why we have the sunset provision in the ordinance. So we can't really come out now, and I think Mr. Wilson will probably come down and tell you during that discussion that he thinks there's going to be a big fiscal impact. But until we have it, until we do it, I think that's why we really are stressing, and we stress that we should have a sunset provision in that ordinance to see what the effect is.
Yeah, and Mayor.
Please proceed.
Thank you. You know, I know that the ordinance is a separate item on the agenda, but the ordinance was referred to in Sheriff Brown's testimony, so I wanted to kind of touch on both. I'm still looking for more information than what's in our backup, though, because as you mentioned, it's not there, and this resolution ties into that. Obviously, I want to do whatever we can to ensure folks actually show up. But are these kinds of threats working? Because you're already taking a punitive approach, is what I'm hearing. And we still don't have people showing up. You're saying you're increasing the fees and all that stuff. I see the Councilmember Zavonic shaking his head, but that's what you just said, so.
Well, actually, there is no punitive effect because there's not a secondary offense that they're having to fight, right? And as Public Defender Wilson stated, you're right. If they already have the public defender as a defense attorney and they get charged with a failure to appear offense, the public defender will defend them on that. But that is a different burden because what's going to happen is on the day of trial, if defendant isn't there, we're going to have the bailiff go out and they're going to go into the courtroom and out in the hallway and they're going to call the defendant's name 3 times. If they're not there, they're going to come in and they're going to become the affiant on the charge for failure to appear. So even if the motor vehicle theft, let's say we're talking about that as an underlying criminal offense, gets dismissed, they're still going to have that FTA. It's not going to be, because the fines and the charges that we're doing now, if the underlying criminal offense gets dismissed, they go away too. It's this other offense that's going to be added as failure to appear that's going to be penalizing the defendant for not showing up. And again, it's not going to be every time there's a setting. It's going to be on the most extreme, the jury trial settings and so forth, because that is when it impacts our citizens the most.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, just quickly, I know that some of my colleagues, and I'm sure that the public defender are going to express concerns about the cost of this ordinance and this overall plan. I know we're talking about the resolution, but frankly, I don't share their concern. My concern is the cost of doing nothing. My concern is the cost that the victims of car theft incur. My concern is the victims of people who have crimes committed against them in those cars that are stolen. That's what I'm concerned about. And as an elected body, we have the obligation and the responsibility to make sure that taxpayer dollars are being spent in a way that keep our community safe. And that's exactly what this resolution and the ordinance that we'll talk about later attempts to do.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So I'm all for a continual review of sentences, and actually I hope that we extend this beyond just motor vehicle theft and failure to appear and what the impact is of the sentencing that we have in place, whether or not it's effective, and also what the unintended consequences of our sentencing laws may be. And so I look forward to that, and I fully support that. But my question is, what are we currently doing to address failures to appear? Are we doing anything to help people get to court to begin with? I'm pretty sure, actually I know for sure, we don't have the systems in place that other jurisdictions have to remind people of court dates, to make sure that they're getting here for those court dates. So I'm okay with saying we need to address failures to appear. I absolutely agree. It's a waste of everyone's time, resources, and it's damaging to victims in particular. But what are we doing now? Have we done anything before we decided to add a penalty?
So one of the things that's the reason for the week before pretrial is to have the defendant, if they're going to, they're going to be represented by counsel. Counsel can approach the court going, hey, we have a conflict potentially for Monday, or my client doesn't have a vehicle. Those are things they can bring up to the court to make them aware of those situations. What we're really talking about here is everybody standing in front of the judge on Thursday stating, we're ready for trial, we'll see you on Monday, and all of a sudden the defendant doesn't show up, right? Because if the victim doesn't show up, or a police officer doesn't show up and we get called to trial, the state has to dismiss the case. The people are done, right? Because we have the burden of proof. But it's not that way if the defendant doesn't show up. So that is the way we've had the failure to appear in our code for a long time, but we have decided to we've lessened the penalty for that. And now it's time to step it up a little bit because we're seeing a vast increase in defendants not showing up for trial. We're having to reset trial dates.
Follow up, Mayor?
Please proceed.
Do we have numbers on how many cases are dismissed because witnesses and victims don't show up versus defendants not showing up?
I don't have those numbers, but if Mr. Wilson wants to come down and talk about, I think it's significant. Would you agree? I do. You have the numbers.
Is it green? Look at the light at the base. There you go. It's green. You got it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I wasn't really anticipating this, but I do have the numbers, as a matter of fact. So I've been the public defender here since January of 20, and we tracked the data for about a year and a half. And I hate to correct learned counsel here, but the jury status actually happens on Wednesdays, not Thursdays. In court, the jury trials are actually the following Tuesday and Thursday. It's not Monday. 52% of the time on the day of trial, that's Tuesdays and Thursdays, the prosecution dismisses those charges. 52% of the time. Because of lack of evidence or lack of witnesses. So, as you know, when I spoke at Public Safety, one of the concerns I had was the FTA statute, well, two concerns. It doesn't have a mens rea in it. It doesn't have a culpable mental state. What you're turning this into is a strict liability crime, which is not constitutional, number one. And number two, if you read the second sentence in the FTA, when a police officer or a witness or a victim is under subpoena and doesn't show, that's defined as an FTA in the statute as well, or your ordinance as well, in my opinion. And I believe the FTA offense, because the way it reads is subpoena, failure to appear, bench warrant can be issued. And the question becomes, does that cover the FTA that you're talking about here with a potential, or you're talking about later on, I understand the ordinance is later on, but the 10-day mandatory sentence. So the short answer is 52% of the time the cases are being dismissed.
And just follow up, Councilmember, Mr. Wilson, do you know how many times that's happened on multiple trial settings? Do you track that data? Like if it's the third or fourth or fifth trial setting, you probably don't.
I can't tell you, Pete, sorry, I can't. No, that's fine. Councilmember, I can't tell you if it's the first, second, third, or fourth. I just know on the day of trial, 52% of the time the cases are dismissed.
And again, there is, obviously the times that trials are reset, right? If it's a multiple times, it's less likely that a victim is going to appear, right? They're going to get tired of coming down. And I appreciate Mr. Wilson's comment on the FTAs, but the people bring the charges, right? And like I said in public safety, if the public defender wants us charging victims and police officers for not showing up, I think we'll be dismissing a lot less cases. If that's what we are seeking. But again, we are doing this on behalf of our citizens. If our citizens do not want to participate, we're not going to force them by charging them with a crime. And the public defender, nobody else has that, but the people bring the charges. So we will make the decision as part of our criminal division in our office of who we charge, and we've talked about it, and it's going to be those individuals that have, again, correct me, remember I was never a prosecutor because I've got that, I try to do that wall, right? For whatever day it is, they have the pretrial, Wednesdays, and they say, yes, we're ready to go, we'll see you Tuesday, we'll see you Thursday. It's those individuals that haven't given the court any indication that they're not going to be able to make it, that they have some other conflict, that they can't do it, their counsel hasn't mentioned anything, and all of a sudden we get ready, we have the jury come down, the victims come down, the witness, because we're ready for trial, and then they don't show. And again, I wish I had the numbers of how many different trial settings we've had, but I know that the trials get reset quite a bit because there are multiple trials set, correct, Mr. Wilson? There are multiple trials set because they want to get a case to go to trial to get it resolved. And so, again, I think, as Councilmember Coombs stated, I think that would be interesting data to figure out if this is going to have an impact to reduce our victims not getting justice.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Follow up. Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem.
To me, this is a no-brainer to me. We have motor vehicle theft at an all-time high. It's embarrassing that we're, highest in the nation for motor theft. You know what? We do not need to babysit offenders. If you're told, you're in the courtroom and you're told that you need to appear and you don't appear, to me, too bad. We need to get tough on crime. And our citizens are victims of motor vehicle theft. And if you don't think that is serious, you should have your own vehicle stolen. Because it means you can't go to work. It means you are out of money. So there's a lot of consequences to that. It's very, I have talked to victims of motor vehicle theft, and it's horrible. I am in full support of this resolution. We need to do something, and if we need to tweak it down the road, we'll tweak it, but we need to address this. And if we don't address it, we shouldn't even say we're for public safety, because we're not for public safety without addressing this. So I am in full support.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs and then Councilmember Jurenski.
Yeah, so my follow-up was just, what do we do regarding folks that may not have counsel and are not there for the trial setting meetings? How do we address that issue?
So they will have counsel, all right? So if they can't afford counsel, that's what the Public Defender's Office is for. So anybody who's going to trial that's subject to any incarceration is entitled to counsel, okay? Now, let's say waive that, but they're entitled to it. The other issue is, when we go back to failure to appears, if they have a defense for why they couldn't appear, obviously they can bring that. And I know Mr. Wilson, I have no problem with our failure to appear statute. It's been tried and tested in the appellate courts. It is enforceable, but there are defenses, right? And if that's the case and they want to bring it to the people's attention, that this is why they didn't make it to court, then we'll do what's right, or they can go to trial on the failure to appear offense, right? But we're not here to, and I know our criminal division is not here to set everything for trial and have everything go to trial, right? We're going to be reasonable like we've always been, because we got to move cases. We want to be sensitive to our citizens' time. So I would ask, I don't know, Mr. Wilson, if your office has any resources for your clients to be able to come to court. I don't know if you allow Uber vouchers or anything like that. I know you're smiling, but I mean, that is a legitimate concern.
No, unless council gives us those resources, I don't have a bus or Uber vouchers, or we don't even have cell phones to check in like many of the other
Mayor?
courts do.
Okay, Councilmember Jurenski, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and I kind of want to echo what Mayor Pro Tem Bergen said, we're spending a lot of time talking about the defendants in these cases, and the whole point of this ordinance is to start talking about the victims in this city, because there hasn't been a voice for those people, and quite frankly, I don't care how they get to court, and I would never vote for an Uber voucher. They stole a car. They committed a crime. As far as I'm concerned, they can walk to court. You have to go to court if you're committed of a crime. And the whole point of this ordinance is to send the message that Aurora is going to be the toughest city in the state on crime. You're not going to come to Aurora and steal a car and think that it's going to be fun and games, or you're going to be walked through Arapahoe County or a municipal jail or whatever it is. It's time to send a message, and we have our own public defender's office. So if they can't afford an attorney will be afforded to them, and it's time to start speaking for the victims in this city and get tough on crime once and for all. And personally, I know for a fact that's why I was elected to this council.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Let me just make one statement quick, and then I'll go to yourself and Sheriff Brown. And that is that this is really the number one issue for our city is motor vehicle theft. And it is just out of control. And it's unfortunate that the state legislature has weakened the laws in terms of consequences, and the fact that people feel that there aren't consequences. And we have the habitual motor vehicle thieves. And so this is really an attempt to deal with really what is the number one crime issue in the city. Please proceed now.
Thank you. I want council to understand, I'm not suggesting that motor vehicle theft is not a big issue, because it is a big issue. And I'm not suggesting that there shouldn't be a review of sentences. I feel like we're blending two things. The resolution, if I can address the resolution. I think that the public defender should be on the task force. Because if you look at the items that we're supposed to be looking at, 4 of the 7 are directly impacting the confrontation clause, due process, or the ability to have counsel, and including sentencing. So as far as the resolution, if the council's going to pass the resolution, great. I think it's devoid of any defense representation, and I think that's a mistake if you don't add. As far as, since we sort of talked about the ordinance, do I have concerns? Yes. But I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't take a look at it. But I do think maybe there needs to be a more broader look at the sentencing that goes on in Aurora, because everything carries 364 days. Doesn't matter what type of offense it is. And also, I would point out, and Pete can certainly correct me, but the FTA part of this is on any offense. Doesn't matter if it's motor vehicle theft, domestic violence, failure to obey, trespass. It's not just addressing motor vehicle thefts.
Sheriff Brown.
Yes, just to bring clarification to the notification portion of trials. The state did pass a resolution. I don't know if that funding goes directly down to municipal courts as well, but an opt-in program for texting. It used to be an opt-in program, now it's an opt-out program. So you'll automatically receive that information regarding that. And if not, then I believe that's something that should be looked at because it goes to the victims. If individuals aren't being brought in to court on these specific cases, they're not being held accountable for their actions. And that's what we're talking about here, is making sure that victims' voices are being heard when it comes to theft of motor vehicles or theft of important motor vehicle parts. And we've had several family members that have had to go without their catalytic converter for months on end because they're $2,000 minimum, and that's out of their pocket because they don't have comprehensive coverage. They have liability coverage on their vehicles, and this is an issue that we're facing. And so we need to make sure that they're brought in and held accountable for those specific charges.
Mayor
I'm sorry, who?
Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs.
So just to be very clear, I was asking questions to get information, not saying that I oppose this ordinance or that I oppose addressing motor vehicle theft. But I think actually, Sheriff Brown, I don't believe we do have a texting program due to the paper nature of our court, which is an issue that we are in the process of addressing. So even that very basic system we don't have here. So that was one of the things I was wanting to point out, is there are really simple, basic things that are done elsewhere to ensure appearances in court that we don't do here in Aurora, and I hope that we can also do those things in addition to the reviewing of sentences that's being recommended
Please
here.
proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will tell you that I know the clerk's office under the current system, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Wilson, but they do email and call the defendants to alert them of their court dates. Obviously, in a perfect world, we would have an electronic court system for our electronic files, and we would be able to text our defendants. We don't have that ability now, but that is something that we're hoping to be able to accomplish as we move to the electronic system that we've been working on for years. I think is what I've been told.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I guess, Pete, what does F entail in this? I find that to be kind of a vague statement.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, as we have Chief Oates here as our interim police chief, and we're looking for a new police chief, we want, Councilmember Zvonek stressed to me that he wanted to have some sort of language in the resolution that council is supporting overhauling and looking at some of the procedures that the police department uses to combat crime. And whether that's funding, whether that's policy changes, whether that's, they're looking for what kind of support, and that's part of is what Councilmember Zvonek stressed to me as I helped him draft the resolution, was what can you all as council do to give the police department, your backing that you want to change things, whether it's, looking at, and I'll use an example, I don't know if there's going to be a pursuit policy, right? I mean, I know you've all have ridden out with our police department, and you hear people try to run traffic, and how many times do we hear cars run, right? And you just hear it on the radio, now they're running. And so people know, our citizens know, coming through Aurora, that Aurora doesn't chase, right? And that's a bigger discussion. I understand there's liability concerns, but those are the things that Councilmember Zvonek stressed to me that we wanted to have council voices on to tell us if that's what you want. I mean, if you don't want it, if you like what it is, then that's what we need to hear. That's what our officers want to hear.
Okay.
Mayor.
Motion is in order.
Oh, go ahead. Just a quick comment.
ahead.
In Murphy Creek, where I live, there is an infamous criminal that stole 41 vehicles, so bold as to park them in his driveway, motorcycles and trucks along the street where he lived. But I wanted to ask Chief Oates, what's the likelihood that stolen vehicles are used in other crimes?
Councilmember Sundberg, is this on?
Yes, sir.
It's good? Okay. More and more the trend nationally, and I think I had spoken to some of you and said that in the month before I came here, part of my work with the Department of Justice, I was in both Milwaukee with senior command leaders in Milwaukee and in Baltimore. And they are experiencing the same kind of thing we are, that more and more when we're involved in contacting violent felons, there's a stolen car associated with their activity. That's becoming more and more of a trend. Now, do I have data on that? I don't per se, but it is not uncommon here in Aurora that when we are involved in an investigation in very serious criminal behavior, that is committed by someone who got to or from the offense in a stolen car. In fact, we had an event last night where we believe the car that was tied to a homicide was a stolen car. We recovered the car today. We haven't quite put all of it together, but again, it is not uncommon that this happens.
Further questions of staff? Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Zvonek.
motion to approve item 11K.
It's been moved by Councilmember Zvonek, seconded by
Jurenski.
Councilmember Jurenski to approve item number 11J. 11K, I'm sorry. Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
Can I make an amendment to section 1 where it lists the city manager, court administrator, city attorney, and presiding judge to add the public defender to that list of individuals?
If I could, there's a reason the public defender's not in that list. You have 4 appointees. Actually, the Public Defenders Commission appoints the public defender. It's an independent body. So we're trying to separate them out as they're doing defense work, so council doesn't direct the public defender.
Mayor, if I could just quickly.
Councilmember Zvonek.
And I mentioned this in public safety meeting. You know, the subsection A, where I talk about the continual review of sentencing, was done intentionally because I believe that it's important that we look at whether or not this is working. I want this to. I'm bringing this forward because I want to solve a problem. I would welcome Mr. Wilson's input at the public safety meetings as we move forward with this and determining, whether or not it's working. But again, the city attorney just mentioned why I didn't. These are just our appointees.
We do not have the capacity to direct. Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, thank you. I was just hoping for some, I guess, I'm struggling with section 3 because I think that is encroaching on like our Pfizer process around taking positions on bills. And it's appointing that to the city manager, where right now that's a council decision through that decision-making body. So I guess I wanted to express that that's a section that I'm struggling with and was looking for some feedback from you on that.
Sure. Mayor.
Please proceed.
So on section 3, one of the other, in addition to the Pfizer process, we up here can, outside of that policy committee, direct through the city manager, because we can't direct the I forget the title of what her title is, but the person who deals with our lobbyists, we can't direct them, but we can direct the city manager to come up with a process and a proposal to bring forward to the General Assembly next year, because my concern is that I believe we need a statewide solution to motor vehicle theft. Unfortunately, what we've seen from the legislature is a failure to lead on this issue, which is requiring us to take actions that, frankly, are not going to have great consequences on our neighbors if and when we're successful. And I do believe we'll be successful. So we need a statewide solution. So this is us directing the city manager to in fact, have a proposal that they would then work with the requisite staff to push forward during the 2023 legislative session. I would be happy, and I've had a conversation with Councilmember Lawson between now and the end of the year to talk about what that could look like, and again, bring that forward through public safety and again, to the full council. But I wanted to include it in the resolution as a recognition that we need a statewide solution and that we should be leading on what that could potentially look like.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Mario.
Thank you, I appreciate that explanation. I still, I understand that that's possible. I'm not sure I guess it's kind of broad, so I'm not sure I would agree with what that would look like once it's fully written. So I'm still, I guess, kind of stuck on, I think there are parts that I do agree with in this resolution, and that I think, I think could be really beneficial, but I just feel like that for me is a bit of a, not sure I agree with that particular section. So I'm debating on if I can separate my, opposition to that particular section with just the overall, ordinance.
Mayor, if I could.
Councilmember.
This might help you, Councilmember Murillo. I understand that there aren't specifics as to what that plan would look like, and that's intentional, because I want to find out first and foremost if the resolution and the ordinance that will come up later, if it passes and we're successful, that might inform the type of penalties that we would encourage the state legislature to consider, but we won't know until that point in time. And so there will be an opportunity for us at a later date to have a conversation about specifically what we would be recommending, but we know that it would likely be increased penalties, again, assuming that I'm correct in my assumption that this will in fact lower motor vehicle theft in the city.
And Councilmember Zavonic, just real quick, Councilmember Murillo, I mean, to distinguish this between the Pfizer process and what Councilmember Zavonic's trying to do in this resolution is we don't know what bills are going to get filed, right, in the next legislative session. We have no idea. If there are bills that everything's going to go through the Pfizer committee with the plans that we already have in process. This just let city management know that the council, if you all vote on this and vote for it, this is the will of the council that you want city management to talk with, through our lobbyists, to talk to elected officials, to tell them this is important to the citizens of Aurora, and then if they draft bills, they'll go through the Pfizer process. So just because this is in here, I want to be clear that I don't think this is telling the legislature that every bill that they bring up on motor vehicle theft and increasing penalties, this council automatically supports, if that helps.
Okay. Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. There are provisions in this resolution that I really do like. Some, obviously, I'm not a big fan of. And another issue with Section 3 here, specifically, that is looking to increase penalties. And again, I want to go back to a point I made earlier. That is really good politics, right? We're going to take revenge on these people, and that's supposed to make us feel good. I think something that Chief Oates once said, and please correct me, sir, if I get the quote wrong, but that the goal is to improve public safety and also the perception of public safety, something thereabouts. And I think those kinds of provisions do the latter, but don't actually do the former when you actually look at the evidence and the results that those policies produce. We have more people in this country, in the land of the free, than any other country in the world in jail. And we are not any safer for it. And this is a very expensive endeavor. And frankly, it's a failed national experiment that we've embarked in. What I can tell you is when we're looking at evidence-based approaches to reduce crime, whether it's motor vehicle theft or other kinds of property crime, it's to address the stark inequality in our society. And giving the state direction to increase penalties is not going to accomplish that. Again, it makes for very good politics, especially in an election year, but it's not actually going to deliver good results for us. And our responsibility as a legislative body for the city of Aurora is to ensure that we are responsibly using public resources and improving public safety in ways that actually get that done, as opposed to state that they're going to get that done.
Mayor.
So where I'm at here is I really want to see us set up a fund to help victims, because as I mentioned, private insurance isn't going to cover even a fraction of your actual losses. I think we owe that to our residents, since we are failing over and over, session after session, or year after year, council after council, to actually improve the quality of life and standard of living of our residents, so that we can at least make folks who are impacted by our inaction to actually address these problems whole. But I have to say Section 3 is a big loser for me here. And I'm not, again, the data shows that increasing penalties and all that doesn't actually do what we think it does, because it's very difficult to get folks who have very little to lose to care about a penalty. And there's always going to be someone else who is in this precarious situation that might lead them to do this kind of nonsense and to actually harm our community because we're not addressing those underlying conditions. So
Mayor.
I will support this because of the Victims Assistance Fund, but everything else in here to me is a big L.
Let me just say that the simple math is that for an habitual car thief, for every day that that individual is behind bars, they're not stealing a vehicle. Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem.
Well, yeah, I want to make the point that I have spoken to our police officers about the motor vehicle theft, and what they tell me is that most of the theft, so, you know, we look like, oh my God, all this crime has exploded, and really, it's repeat offenders. Because guess what? They don't go to jail. And you know what? The public is sick of it. We cannot continue to have vehicles stolen in the city of Aurora and impacting people's personal lives that are true victims. And you know, if there are harsher penalties, good. I'm for harsher penalties because you shouldn't do crime. Guess what? Here's the message out there. Don't steal cars. It's frickin' illegal.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I'll just say that we can all agree that stealing cars is bad. You could not do it. It is illegal.
Wait. You guys all agreed on something? Wait.
Yeah. And I want to say that I think that we actually all do share the common goal of reducing crime and motor vehicle theft, specifically germane to this topic. But again, where we disagree is where the evidence directs us. And if this actually worked, if all we had to do was just be stronger and wronger and, you know, somehow generate good results, I'd support it. But the fact is it doesn't. And it's going to end up costing our citizens more of our public resources and not generate the result we want, because there's always another car thief. There is always someone else who will be lured into this very harmful activity because of the underlying conditions in our community that we continuously fail to address. Being more punitive might make us feel good, it might sound good, it might look great on a piece of literature, it might look awesome in an attack ad to say that, oh, this person is not strong on crime. But at the end of the day, your car's still going to get stolen because we're still not dealing with the underlying causes.
Further discussion?
Mayor, final comment from me, promise.
Okay. Councilmember Zvonek.
Councilmember Marcano, both history and evidence suggest that what you said was incorrect. In Aurora, back in 04-05-ish, we had a auto theft problem. Penalties became stricter, more severe. Car theft went down. People respond to increased penalties. Now, again, we're going to review whether or not that works. I believe that come October, November of this year, we will see a decline in car theft because of this ordinance, because of the plan that we are putting forward, and because of the actions that APD will take in order to start making sure that our community is safe. So again, I know that you're going to support this. Again, good politics. But understand that the reason why you're doing this is you know that in 6 months from now, car theft will go down because penalties will be stricter here than somewhere else. And that will, again, prove and give more evidence to the fact that what you just said was patently incorrect.
Councilmember Jurinsky, and let's see if we can wrap this up.
Yeah, I'm calling for the question, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, a motion to call for the question. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Jurinsky, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem, on the motion to call for the question. Non-debatable motion.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Very well, to the...
So, Mr. Mayor, real quick, Sheriff Brown's going to have to leave. I don't know if you can before we vote on the resolution.
Well, we just voted on a non-debatable motion, so we're going to have to vote.
Okay. Sorry, Sheriff.
See, so question before us is the adoption of item number 11. I'm sorry, which one? 11K. 11K. Call for the question.
So we got. Now we're voting on the resolution.
The motion passes unanimously.
But now, with the clerk, thank you very much for your testimony today. Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 11L?
11L is Resolution 2022-122, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adopting the Youth Violence Prevention Program funding recommendation for A1 Boxing Fitness Academy Outreach Program.
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
I move to approve 11L.
Second.
Can we, I tell you what, we're going to go through all these very quickly, but we're going to have a very brief, do you want to give a presentation in a lump, in one fell swoop, or can you do it just very quickly on each proposal?
Good evening. I can just do a quick overview of why we're here.
Okay, very well.
Okay. Christina Baran, Program Manager for the Aurora Youth Violence Prevention Program, here to bring forth the recommendations for prevention funding. Just as a reminder, we have $100,000 set aside for prevention funding for community-based organizations. We have a total of 11 applications that we are bringing forward for council to review and approve today. As another reminder, this is a one-time funding support for these organizations with a funding cap of $10,000. Each organization would be required to submit payment reimbursement with performance data and supporting documentation to ensure that we have information that we can report back to council.
Very well. Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 11L?
Mayor, that's the title I just read.
Mayor, do you want me to redo my approval of the,
What's that?
do you want me to move this again?
Well, no, I
you
think,
already
well, we never read the title.
Oh,
did we?
Yes.
We did.
We did read the title?
Yes, and there's a
did.
motion and a second.
But did we read the title before there was a motion?
Yes.
Okay, well, just really- Getting late, okay, very well. Discussion on 11L? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11L. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 11M?
11M is Resolution 2022-123, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adopting the Youth Violence Prevention Program funding recommendation for Aurora Housing Authority.
Any questions of staff on number 11M? Seeing none, I'm sorry.
Motion.
Motion on 11M?
Second.
It's moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by?
Oh, I thought I did. Okay.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Coombs. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11M. Call for the question.
Mayor, can I just make a clarification on the last vote? That I second the last vote, just, yeah, A1 Boxing. I thought I saw Mayor Pro Tem's name on there.
The motion passes unanimously.
Will the clerk now please read the title of item number 11N?
Item 11N, R 2022-124, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adopting the Youth Violence Prevention Program funding recommendation for Aurora Public Schools.
Questions of staff on item number 11N? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Murillo,
Councilmember Murillo.
move to approve 11N.
Medina, second.
Moved by Councilmember Murillo, seconded by Councilmember Medina to approve item number 11N. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11N. Call for the question.
Councilmember Coombs? Okay. The motion fails with 4 votes for voting yes. Councilmember Medina, Councilmember Marcano, Councilmember Coombs, and Councilmember Murillo.
We could now please read the title to item number 11O.
Item 11O is Resolution 2022-125, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adopting the Youth Violence Prevention Program funding recommendation for Aurora Sister Cities International.
Questions of staff on item number 11O? Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs?
Move to approve 11O.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Marcano?
Councilmember Kano to approve item number 11O. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11O. Call for the question.
Mayor, it's a tie vote.
11O.
11-0.
Mayor votes yes. Clerk, now please read the title to item number 11P.
The motion passes with 4 votes in the negative, and it's Councilmember Zvonek, Councilmember Lawson, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, Councilmember Jurenski, and Councilmember Sundberg.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem,
may I make a comment on that?
go ahead.
And I voted no on Aurora Sister Cities because we already fund Aurora Sister Cities, so that was my only reason.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 11P.
Item 11P is Resolution 2022-126, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adopting the Youth Violence Prevention Program funding recommendation for Driven by Our Ambitions.
Questions to staff? Motion?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve 11P.
It's moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by? Second by Councilmember Lawson to approve item number 11P. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11P. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title of item number 11Q.
Item 11Q is Resolution 2022-127, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adopting the Youth Violence Prevention Program funding recommendation for Denver Area Youth for Christ.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion?
Mayor, I move to approve 11Q.
It's moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by Councilmember Medina to approve item number 11Q. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yeah. So I guess I just have a question and a concern that it seems like this is using taxpayer dollars to support a religious organization, which we already have as tax exempt. So I don't know if anybody is interested in addressing that or wants to change my mind on the idea of we shouldn't spend taxpayer dollars to fund tax exempt religious organizations.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
My understanding is it's a nonprofit. Maybe staff could correct that.
That's correct.
Mayor,
Councilmember Sundberg.
I have a question. It says Denver, is it broad-based around the city or cities of the greater metro area, including Aurora, their outreach?
Correct. They are currently working with several of our Aurora Public Schools and charter schools.
Mayor,
Councilmember Jurenski.
I actually have to agree with Councilmember Coombs on this one, and I won't be supporting this one. I think that just as we have made arguments to not fund churches, I feel we have to be consistent in that, and I just, I have a hard time I just have a hard time supporting this one.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to point out that this particular one was referred to us by the judicial, what do you call it, the JAC? Yeah.
Further
So
discussion?
they're referred from the detention.
Further discussion? Seeing none, question before us is the adoption of item number 11Q. Call for the question.
Councilmember Marcano?
Sorry, I seem to be having an issue here, but yes.
Okay. The motion passes with 2 no votes from Councilmember Medina and Councilmember Jurenski.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 11R?
Item 11R is Resolution 2022-128, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adopting the Youth Violence Prevention Program funding recommendation for RISE 5280.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to approve 11R.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Murillo.
seconded by Councilmember Murillo to approve item number 11R. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, question before us is the adoption of item number 11R. Call for the question.
Councilmember Marcano?
Sorry, my e-scribe seems to be bugged. Yes.
Okay, the motion does not pass with 5 votes for yes from Councilmember Medina, Councilmember Marcano, Councilmember Coombs, and Councilmember Murillo.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 11S.
Item 11S is Resolution 2022-129, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adopting the Youth Violence Prevention Program funding recommendation for Rocky Mountain Welcome Center.
Questions of staff?
Mayor,
Councilmember Medina.
I will be abstaining from this as I sit on this board.
Further discussion? I'm sorry, did we do a motion? Did I do a motion? Motion? Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to approve 11S.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Mayor, I'll second.
seconded by Councilmember Lawson to approve item number 11S. Discussion?
A question for staff. Do we have a welcome center as part of the Office of International Affairs, whatever it's called?
I'm not sure if they do, but this programming is specific to the female population.
Mayor Pro Tem Buckley, I can answer that. We do not have a welcome center. We partner with organizations like the Village Exchange Center and others, but we do not have a formal welcome center that is part of that office.
Okay, I thought it was in our strategic plan for the packet that I received with the Office of International Affairs.
It is to support welcoming centers that we have in the city of Aurora, but we do not have one specifically that we stood up. We remember it was probably about 4 or 5 years ago that we worked with APS to start a welcoming center. This is the spin-off of that welcome center. This is the organization nonprofit that independently was created as a welcome center from that original iteration that was with the Aurora Public Schools that I would think was on 11th and Peoria. And so this is a separate nonprofit. The Office of International and Immigrant Affairs does work with welcome centers, and does work with kind of nonprofits that does provide services for immigrants and refugees. This is one that they have worked with in the past, but we do not have a welcome center office that is part of the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs.
You.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11S. Call for the question.
The motion passes with 1 no vote from Councilmember Jurenski.
Will clerk now please read the title to item number 11T?
11T is Resolution 2022-130, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adopting the Youth Violence Prevention Program funding recommendation for the Salvation Army Aurora Corps.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve 11T.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Jurenski.
Councilmember Jurenski to approve item number 11T. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11T. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 11U?
11U is Resolution 2022-131, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adopting the Youth Violence Prevention Program funding recommendation for Struggle of Love Foundation.
Questions of staff? Motion?
Motion to approve 11U.
It's moved by Councilmember Medina, seconded by
Murillo.
Councilmember Maria to approve item number 11U. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is adoption of item number 11U. Call for the question.
Councilmember Lawson? The motion does not pass with 4 yes votes from Councilmember Medina, Councilmember Marcano, Councilmember Coombs, and Councilmember Murillo.
Could now please read the title to item number 11V.
11V is Resolution 2022-132, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adopting the Youth Violence Prevention Program funding recommendation for urban nature impact.
Questions of staff? Motion? 11V fails.
Motion to approve 11V.
Moved by Councilmember Medina, seconded by
Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo to approve item number 11V. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Jaworski.
Yeah, so I was told today that their nonprofit status is pending, and that information came from you, Christina. I reached out to this organization, and they sent me their letter that they've been fully approved.
They've been fully approved. They're a registered business here in the city of Aurora, but this would be supporting them as a startup organization. So they haven't been doing any programming in the past. This would essentially enable them to start their programming.
But that's not, in fact, what you told Mayor Pro Tem today. What you told Mayor Pro Tem today is that they do not have a nonprofit status.
What I explained to her was essentially what I'm explaining now, that they haven't done any work within the city of Aurora in the past. This would be startup funding, and this would support them getting their programming in place.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And maybe I misunderstood. They have a letter that gives them tax exemption status with the IRS, and I spoke to Councilmember Gardner because he's got the financial background. So can you have a tax exemption status but not have, I guess, started your nonprofit?
Yeah, so those are some of the first steps that some of the organizations have to take in order to become a nonprofit organization. So those are some of the things that organization has already done, to include becoming a registered business with the city of Aurora.
Okay, so that's one of the first steps, is to business license, tax exemption status. I think I'm struggling with this one because reading the backup material, I feel like they are not yet ready as a startup. And so to be fair and I guess transparent to all of our programs that we're looking at, I think they have a really good idea and they have a really good concept. I don't think it's fully fleshed out. And can you just talk about the panel decision, what their discussion was?
This organization originally requested a larger lump sum of money, and the panel did have some concerns around this being a startup organization, them not having that historical collaboration with some of the, not just criminal justice organizations, but with our schools and other key partners to be able to refer, or the history, or just the know-how of how to do some of the intervention work.
Further discussion?
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Councilmember Lawson.
So, I mean, I know that they haven't been an established organization, but wouldn't this, they're just asking for $7,500, wouldn't this be able to give them an establishment of an established organization? Or, I guess I'm just trying to understand, you're saying that because they're not really established and their idea is not really fleshed out, they kind of have a concept and an idea. I guess I'm just wondering, in your mind, because they haven't truly developed, does that mean that they're not going to be successful or provide measurements? Because they could apply next year and you could say the same thing, or the panel could say the same thing.
Yeah, so the organization requested intervention funding. We're moving forward with the recommendation for them to receive prevention funding in partnership with another organization that did come forth, more so focused on the startup of prevention efforts.
Further discussion? Seeing none.
Oh, I have one more
Mayor
question.
Pro Tem.
Okay, so want to get clarification because my colleague thinks I misrepresented myself, which I don't think I did. I was asking if they were a nonprofit, and I thought you said they were not established yet.
They're a registered nonprofit, so they have all the documentation in place, but they are not currently operational. So they're not providing that direct service to youth currently. So this funding, the funding they're requesting, would essentially help them start providing the direct service to youth in Aurora.
Okay, thank you. I guess I misunderstood.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11V. Call for the question.
Councilmember Murillo? The motion passes with 2 no votes from Councilmember Medina and Councilmember Gardner.
The time is now 10:16. We will stand in recess until 10:21 in order to do the call-in line announcement.
Members of the public who would like to speak on an ordinance and have not already spoken to an operator, press *3 before the item is called by the clerk. For those watching on Channel 8, call 855-695-3475 to be connected, and then press *3. Council is taking a short break to allow any additional speakers to sign up. Please be patient and stay on the line until the operator is able to take down your information.
Aurora City Council, meeting of the Aurora City Council for June 27th, 2022 is back in order. Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 14A?
Item 14A is a public hearing and consideration of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending sections 146-3.3.2.h and 146-4.8.5.d of the Unified Development Ordinance to address building length standards of multifamily buildings.
Public hearing is now open. Presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Brandon Camerata with the Planning Department. This is a public hearing. This ordinance being proposed modifies the Unified Development Ordinance, aka the zoning code, to increase the maximum building length of multifamily buildings from up to 250 feet to 600 feet. Staff has engaged multifamily design teams in development of this ordinance. Also, this ordinance was recommended for approval unanimously by the Planning Commission. No changes or questions have arisen since study session, and staff continues to recommend approval.
Is there any one from the public that wishes to be heard on this?
No, Mayor, there's no one.
Seeing none, are there questions of staff? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed and motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to approve 14A.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by,
Marcano?
seconded by Councilmember Marcano to approve item number 14A. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
just, it seems like every time that there's a request for a variance on this item, it ends up getting approved, right? The 250-foot building length. So it seems like something that maybe isn't meeting with the building that's actually happening in the city. So to me, it seems like a no-brainer to just go ahead and make this change.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 14A. Call for the question.
Councilmember Murillo and Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 14B.
14B is ordinance 2022-33 for an ordinance submitting to a vote of the registered electors of the City of Aurora, Colorado at the statewide general election coordinated with a special municipal election on November 8th, 2022, a proposal to amend Article 3-3 of the Aurora Charter to conform the qualifications of elective officers of the city with the provisions of the Colorado Constitution.
Double check. Presentation by staff.
Having technical difficulties. Okay, yes, Mayor, Katie Rodriguez, City Clerk, and then we have George Kumantakis here for legal comment. This is an ordinance to bring to the registered electors to amend the city charter. The district court declared that the city charter and the city code violated the Colorado Constitution. We did pass ordinance 2021-30 to amend the city code to be in compliance with the Colorado Constitution, but amendments to the charter have to go to registered electors. So this would place it on the ballot for the November election.
Questions of staff?
Mayor,
Councilmember Gardner.
what is the approximate cost of doing a special election? I seem to recall it was around $250,000. Is that right?
So I do not have the cost for the special election. I'll have to get that from
And it
the
would be a
county.
special election because it's not a regular municipal election, and so there is a cost associated with placing this item on the ballot. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And this might be a city attorney question, but going back to when we had this conversation originally, regardless of what our charter says, someone with a felony record can run for city council. And so we don't necessarily need to do this as a special election and pay for it. We could put it on the regular November 2023 ballot and not pay. Would that be correct?
Councilmember Gardner, good evening. Thank you for your question. With regards to this charter question, we need to put it forward this year because there was a district court order that we had to present it as a vote to the people. And that's why we needed to move forward this year.
Okay, thank you.
And we need to make it consistent with the Constitution.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
Well, Mayor,
please.
let me ask a follow-up to that, though, because the voters could vote no, and then what happens? So I guess my point is do we have to comply with that, or why can't we wait till November 2023? Or did the court compel us to put it on the ballot this November?
The court compelled us to do so, and if it doesn't pass, the court recognized that that was a possibility, but the court urged us and ordered us to do so this year.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Did I do a motion? I can't. Motion?
Mayor, I move to approve 14B.
It's been moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by?
Coombs.
Seconded by Councilmember Coombs. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 14B. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 14C?
Item 14C is ordinance 2022-34 for an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, repealing Chapter 10 of the Aurora City Code and repealing the requirement for amusement enterprise licenses, amusement device distributors licenses, amusement device vendors licenses, and amending Chapter 26 relating to self-service devices.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor. So this ordinance does a couple things. First, what it will do is repeal the current licensing requirement for individual businesses to license the carnival or kind of amusement type devices, bars, places like Chuck E. Cheese, things like that. Currently, those locations are required to individually license each skee ball machine, each video arcade machine, things like that. But what it also does is allows us to address so-called gray casinos. We currently do not have any open in Aurora. However, there have been in the past, and there are other locations in the metro area. And this is really about making sure that businesses operate on a level playing field. Currently, voters have decided that gambling should only be allowed in the three mountain communities, Blackhawk, Central City, and Cripple Creek. And however, what we have seen both here in Aurora in the past and in other cities in the metro area is the proliferation of gray casinos where folks put in money and they receive value back higher than what they put in using games of skill, which is a slot machine. And so this will allow us to make it easier on existing businesses that have legal machines operating within the city like skee ball, but also address those so-called gray casinos that in some cases are paying out directly in cash, and in other places are using cryptocurrency to get around the gambling laws. I'm a supporter of legalized gambling. If the voters decide they want to expand it, come on over to Aurora. But as of right now, this is about making sure that businesses operate on a level playing field, and the voters have decided that gambling should not be allowed outside of those three cities. And Trevor, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that.
Nope, that was perfect.
Okay.
Okay, motion?
Mayor, motion to approve item 14C.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by?
Jurenski.
Seconded by Councilmember Jurenski to approve item number 14C. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 14C. Call for the question.
sorry, Mayor, who submitted the motion?
Gardner.
Gardner, thank you. Councilmember Zavonic?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title of number 14D.
Item 14D is 2022-35 for an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending Section 146-3.3.5.R of the City Code pertaining to distance restrictions between retail, liquor stores, and liquor licensed drugstores.
Councilmember Zavonic.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this is a pretty straightforward change that came out of the Red Tape Reduction Commission or Committee that just simply aligns city code with state statute. And I will hand it over to staff for a brief description. But as I said, it's pretty straightforward.
That's correct. This amends zoning code. This is also presented to the Planning Commission last week, and they supported it unanimously.
Okay, questions of staff or the sponsor? Further discussion? Seeing none, motion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Zavonic.
Motion to approve item 14D.
It's been moved by Councilmember Zavonic, seconded by?
Jurenski.
Seconded by Councilmember Jurenski to approve item number 14D. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 14D. Call for the question.
Not quite.
The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 14E.
14E is 2022-36 for an ordinance authorizing the use of lease purchase financing for the construction of roadway improvements pursuant to the terms of lease purchase agreement by and between Aurora Capital Leasing Corporation as lessor and the City of Aurora, Colorado as leasee, the authorizing officials of the city to take all actions necessary to carry out the transactions contemplated hereby and related matters.
A brief presentation by, let's see, Councilmember Zavonic.
Yeah, so this is an important step to take towards addressing our road maintenance gap that the City of Aurora has had for going on, I believe, 14 years. I'm sure Greg Hayes will correct me if I'm wrong about that. We passed a plan a few weeks back that did a number of things to close the gap going forward, but the structural deficit that has been growing over the past 14 years is $35 million, and this ordinance allows staff to move forward with a COP to close that gap.
Questions of the sponsor or staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor.
Councilmember Zavonic.
Motion to approve item 14E.
It's moved by Councilmember Zavonic, seconded by?
Bergen.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to approve item number 14C, or 14E. Further discussion? Seeing no.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I think this is incredibly important. We need to have roads that are safe to drive on and well-maintained, but I would be remiss if I did not point out that the situation we're in is the result of unmitigated Metro District-funded suburban sprawl, and just like on the issue of widening Gun Club Road, I do hope that we will look at different ways of developing that improve quality of life, reduce sprawl, and are cognizant of the climate disaster that we find ourselves in.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I wanted to just add on that point that the reason that we have such a large road maintenance deficit is because of the recession of 2008, and that was when the council at that time made a decision to not fund all the road maintenance. And so we ended up year after year after year with a larger deficit, so put us into that situation. So I think the lesson learned is, when you're having to make very difficult decisions on what to cut in the city, you need to look at the future and how that impacts, as it continues to create a gap in funding.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Piggybacking off of Councilmember Coombs's comments, I'd also just like to express my hope that as we are repaving our streets, especially our residential roads, that we are doing everything we can to add traffic calming improvements to ensure that folks are not able to speed. I know that we discussed enforcement earlier. I think this is a really great opportunity to ensure that the built environment does not facilitate or encourage folks to use unsafe speeds, especially in residential areas.
Further discussion?
Mayor, sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question for staff. If we approve this, how soon do you think we would be able to address residential roads? Because I'm getting major complaints, especially from Saddle Rock North. Hopefully really quickly afterwards.
I'm going to defer to Lynn Center on that one.
Thank you. Oh. There we go. Thank you. I'm Lynn Center, Deputy Director of Public Works in charge of operations. The earliest we could probably start with construction on our paving program would be spring of 2023. We will be starting with some concrete work in the neighborhoods later this fall.
Okay, so spring of 2023, we could do some mill and overlay.
Right.
Thank you.
We need that time to get our contracts out.
Thank you.
Further questions of staff?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Could you remind us what the total cost is factoring interest into the bonds that we're issuing? The estimated cost?
Checked on the markets today. We're still looking, interest rates have moved up and they've moved down in the last, since I talked to you last time. We're still looking at about a 4.25% interest rates, which would be about $2.65 million a year over a 20-year period. And I haven't done the math to total that up, but it would be $2.65 million over a 20-year period.
All right, thank you.
If we issued today, it would be 4.25%.
Further questions? Seeing none,
53.
did I ask for a motion on this? Motion?
Motion, Mayor,
Councilmember Zvonek.
motion to approve item 14F.
Mayor, we have a motion and a
Oh,
second.
so I already did that. So for any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 14E. Call for the question.
Oh,
The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title for item number 14F.
14F is 2022-37 for an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending sections of the city code pertaining to mandatory minimum sentences for certain offenses in the Aurora Municipal Code and other amendments to the city code to combat the increase in motor vehicle theft and related offenses. And Mayor, we do have someone on the line for public comment.
Please proceed.
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes. Lori, go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Council. My husband and I had the opportunity to request our 3 top locations to relocate to as part of my husband's permanent change of station back in 2011 for the United States Air Force. We took this request very seriously and chose to make Southeast Aurora our #1 request because we wanted to raise our children in a safe suburb with access to the top-rated Cherry Creek School District. Since then, the City of Aurora's crime rate has skyrocketed, and the Cherry Creek School District has moved from the district of academic excellence to a district focused on political agendas and equity and discipline in grading and their desire to ensure equality of outcomes as opposed to our constitutional right of equality of opportunity. Lack of discipline in the school district has led to serious issues in regards to student safety and access to a free and appropriate public education. The same trend is seen in the increase in shootings, motor vehicle theft, and overall crime in Aurora and across our state. State legislation signed by Democratic Governor Jared Polis has eliminated consequences for criminals. We need to get serious on crime, and criminals need to know that their actions will have consequences. I'm saddened each day by the increasing reports of violent crime and motor vehicle theft. I've spoken with several people who live in Aurora who have experienced vandalization of their motor vehicles. They have been forced to pay thousands of dollars in repairs, forced to miss work, and they have been given no support. As taxpayers, we'll be happy to pay for prosecution and jail time. It will certainly cost less than the ridiculous costs citizens have to individually bear from repeated thefts on their vehicles. We need to come together to ensure the safety of our law-abiding citizens. It is unacceptable that victims are being required to pay the price for crime. Victims are missing work, unable to drive their children to doctor's appointments and sports, unable to get groceries, and forced to pay for costly repairs to get their cars drivable again. People are leaving the Cherry Creek School District and the city of Aurora because they are not safe. I'm so grateful that Councilmember Zvonek has committed to making Aurora the most punitive city in Colorado when it comes to car theft. We have the opportunity to be the first in the state to ensure the safety of our citizens. We have the opportunity to be a role model for the rest of our state. I urge you all to vote yes to ensure this motor vehicle theft ordinance is passed. It is time that we stand together for safety and for the protection of our constituents. We came here to Aurora for a safe environment and an excellent education for our children, and right now we have neither. Tonight, you have the opportunity to address one of these issues.
Mayor, we had one person sign up online to show up in person, Ann Squibb. It appears she's not here.
Let's see.
There are no more.
You're, okay. Did you already read the title? Did you already read the title for 14F?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Brief, Councilmember Zvonek.
Thank you, Mayor. So we've had a extensive conversation earlier about motor vehicle theft and the challenge that it creates for our community. This ordinance creates certainty in terms of the penalties that criminals will face if they steal cars in our city. It's also, it's a very focused measure. This isn't minimum mandatories for every crime that's committed in our city, but it is a minimum mandatory for probably the most disruptive crime and the biggest challenge that we face in public safety in our city. It creates a minimum mandatory for first time, for habitual offenders, and it also looks at increasing penalties for the theft of essential car parts, things like catalytic converters, where we've seen a 5,000% increase in the state of Colorado, and it had a similar increase here in the city of Aurora. We have an opportunity tonight to do something that we all talk about doing, and that is to work to ensure a safer city for our residents, for our neighborhoods. And this ordinance is an important step towards addressing the most critical public safety issue that our residents face. And with that, I want to hand it over to Pete Schulte from the City Attorney's Office to talk about the details of the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Zvonek. Pete Schulte, Public Safety Client Manager for the City Attorney's Office, City of Aurora. You guys have the ordinance in your packet. I'll briefly go over what the ordinance actually, you guys can hear me, right? Is it coming through? Okay. Briefly go through. If you look at Section 1, so Section 1, as you all know, under our Aurora City Code, under Section 1-13, that's our general penalty. So anybody who violates any of our ordinances in the code are subject to up to currently 365 days in jail and a $2,650 fine. And I'll talk to you here in a little bit about how we're going to change that to be consistent with state law. But under section 1-13 of the general penalty, we're adding a subsection J. As Councilmember Zavonic wanted to add certain penalties for certain offenses in our code. So as you read in subsection J, it says, as part of any fine or penalty is described in subsection A, every person who pleads guilty or no contest to or is convicted of the municipal court code offenses in this section shall be sentenced by the municipal court in accordance therewith. And the first one is the offense under section 94-75, which is motor vehicle theft. And I want to be clear, under our code, motor vehicle theft, we do not allege a value of the vehicle. I know there have been some media reports about how, oh, it's got to be under $2,000. We do not allege that. If you steal a motor vehicle in our city, you can be prosecuted in municipal court. And so in that regard, under mandatory minimum sentence under subsection A mandatory minimum jail sentence of 60 days shall be imposed. The court shall not set aside or suspend. And what suspend means is placing somebody on probation. So this ordinance, if passed, will not allow the court to set it aside or suspend it, that they'll actually have to serve the 60 days, with the first 3 days being served at our detention facility here at Aurora, and the remaining days be served at the applicable county jail where the offense occurs. So it's in Arapahoe County. We have Sheriff Brown here that'll talk about what his staff will do when they get those prisoners, when they get transported over to his jail. And we've also talked to I know Councilmember Zavonic has talked to the Adams County Sheriff as well. Under repeat offender, this is key. So if evidence is presented that the defendant has previously been convicted for motor vehicle theft or a similar offense under our code, Colorado state law, or even the laws of another state, and mandatory minimum jail sentence of 120 days shall be imposed. Same conditions, right? Can't be set aside, can't be suspended, somebody can't be put on probation. They're going to have to serve that same thing the first 3 days being at the Aurora detention facility, and the rest being at the jail where the offense occurred. The second minimum jail sentence would be under section 50-33, which is a failure to appear statute. It would be a mandatory minimum jail sentence of 10 days shall be imposed. And again, same conditions. Court shall not set aside or suspend. The first 3 days being served at the Aurora detention facility, and the rest will probably be served at the Arapahoe County Jail because that's where the municipal court is located. Section 2, it would be adding, unless otherwise provided in an ordinance or in subsection J herein, which was just discussed in section 1. What we've done here is we have changed the statute. Instead of being not to exceed 1 year, we put for up to 364 days. That makes it compliant with state statute. And then under section 3, under the theft code, because of also jurisdictional changes that were done in the code, the value of the municipal court jurisdiction is less than $1,000, so up to $999.99, okay? Used to be 500's got up to 1,000. We just want to make it consistent with state law, so this is an opportunity to do so while we're making these changes. The other changes, you'll see that in subsection D as well, is listed $2,000 is now $1,000. And the other addition is under subsection E, which is what Councilmember Zavonic was talking about. This legislative session, the state legislature decided to make the stealing of a catalytic converter a petty offense, right? Which means it's the lowest of our misdemeanors. And what this does is adds any major component of a motor vehicle, which is defined. The sections of A through Q, which is under subdivision 1 right there, are identical what's in state statute at the moment. But if you see subsection P, is now includes a catalytic converter. So we will now be able to file these charges at our Aurora Municipal Court and seek justice for our citizens who are victims there. Finally, under subsection or section 4 is just a legal term. If anything is determined to be unlawful, it doesn't make the ordinance invalid, the whole thing. It limits the validity of that section that is severed from it. Section 5, which is what Councilmember Zavonic wanted to put in here, was to have a 2-year sunset provision. So unless you guys in 2 years as council decides to come back and renew this, the ordinances regarding the mandatory minimums shall expire, but not the changes that are in conformance to state law. So changing the jurisdictional limit to $1,000 and up to 364 days in jail. And that is the general ordinance as Councilmember Zavonic has asked for.
Questions of the sponsor or staff?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell. I'm sorry, Councilmember Coombs.
Wow. No, we sound alike. Awesome. So I guess my first question is, what percentage of motor vehicle thefts are currently heard that happen in Aurora are currently heard in the municipal court, and will this change as a result of this ordinance? And if so, how much, to what degree?
So my understanding is that all of any arrests that are made by the Aurora Police Department, any charges that are filed, we don't file any motor vehicle thefts. Well, let me say the vast majority get filed in the municipal court already, right? Because it's faster justice for our victims, and we seem to in the past, we're getting better sentences in the municipal court. I think that's the same today, where we're seeing that at the county level, probation gets offered quite a bit. And so people go up to the county. So we already have a vast majority of our cases of motor vehicle theft being filed in the municipal court.
Further questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. Under section 3, D, rather than call out a number, is there not a way that we can just reference state statute instead, so we don't have to keep updating that if that changes?
So we can. I'll tell you, the last time that was changed in the mid-2000s, I don't know why we never changed it in our code.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen all that often, but referencing a state statute can sometimes be problematic if we reference that section, all of a sudden they change it to something that we didn't intend in the ordinance. So it makes sense to leave the number in there as what the jurisdictional limit is and just change it as it comes up. It doesn't happen all that often.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Further questions?
Mayor, Councilmember Lawson.
Councilmember Lawson.
So this might be a question for the sponsor. I know that we have a sunset provision in here, but as we're collecting data, and I'm assuming that the reports are going to be going to public safety monthly, is this amendable to see if there's things that we can do prior to the sunset? If things need to be changed, if things aren't working, if there's gaps, we're looking at things. I mean, I know we have the 2-year sunset, we need to collect data, but if it's coming to the Public Safety Committee, I think, for reporting, I mean, is it amendable throughout the sunset provision or period?
Mayor?
Please proceed.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, 6 votes is what it would take, right? And I think that my hope is, to your point about the updates to public safety, I want to watch the trends on motor vehicle theft and determine whether or not that we're having the intended consequences of lowering motor vehicle theft in our city. And if we're not, we need to do something else. We need to, the goal is to make our city safe. And I believe that this is a way to do it. But if we determine at a later date that it's not working, we have to do something else. As I said before, I know that we're going to incur costs, but the cost of doing nothing far outweighs the cost of taking this action now.
And from a legal perspective, Councilmember Lawson, is what it does is that regardless of what council decides to do over the next 2 years, it must come back up or it expires. And so as Councilmember Zwanek said, if 6 of you decide that you want to bring it forward on another ordinance to amend it, absolutely, we can certainly do that.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Coombs.
So kind of following on my previous question, sorry, my just different thoughts are getting going. So we hear a lot about the subsequent violent and other types of crimes that people are committing after committing a motor vehicle theft. In those cases, if someone's stolen a car and gone on a crime spree, do those get heard in municipal court, or do those then have to go elsewhere?
It'll be split. So a lot of times, okay, now you can hear me, right? All right. I thought it wasn't on. Most of the time, those are obviously the felony offenses that are committing violent crimes, they have to get filed at the county, right, with the district attorney's office and district court. If, we can always file a municipal court, charge as well. But a lot of times we allow the felony courts to take care of those. We're talking about the violent crimes we don't have a whole lot of jurisdiction for in municipal courts, so they're going to go up to the district court.
Okay, that's what I thought. And then just one other question, which is related to the impact on our court system here in the city. At this time, it seems like there are dismissals, there are plea deals, things like that that are taking place. What's the anticipated impact? So not just the fiscal impact, but actually time in our courts, in terms of the time it's going to take to prosecute, as well as the impact on other non-motor vehicle cases of having more cases probably go to trial because they have a mandatory minimum sentence.
So, in my previous life, I was a defense attorney for several years, and what's going to happen is that as we learn of what our judges are sentencing to people who go to trial, right? If it's consistent, and I think the judges are going to be paying attention, if it's consistent that if you go to trial and you are convicted and you go in front of the judge and it's not an agreed plea bargain, that you're getting, on a first offense, you're getting 90 days, 120 days, 150 days from the court. Plea bargain may not be bad for 60 days if that's something that our criminal division is offering. Now, yes, I have a feeling in the very beginning there will be more cases set for trial, but that is kind of that's just going to happen when there's mandatory minimums. But we also, not every case is a great case, right? If there's issues with the case, there are things that the people can do to move these cases along, that they're not going to be sit stagnant on the trial docket. And we're also bound by the speedy trial law as well, 91 days. So we have to get things moving. So guess what? Everyone at the criminal justice system of the municipal court is going to have to get to work. That's what the result is.
Is there any risk that we could end up not meeting our speedy trial obligations if we have a significant number of cases that go to trial?
I mean, I think, is there a possibility that could happen? Yes. I don't think it's likely with the amount of courts and judges that we have, but that's something that court management, court administration will be able to handle. And again, if we have to be creative in resolving these cases, there are avenues for that, for the prosecutors to be able to do that.
Further discussion? Seeing none, question before us is the adoption of item number 14F. Call for the question.
Mayor, we need a motion and a second.
We never did a motion?
Mayor.
I thought we did. Councilmember Zvonek.
Motion to approve item 14F.
Moved by Councilmember Zvonek, seconded by
Sundberg.
Seconded by Councilmember Sundberg to approve item number 14F. Is there discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 14F. Call for the question.
Councilmember Zvonek?
Yes.
The motion passes with 3 no votes from Councilmember Marcano, Councilmember Coombs, and Councilmember Murillo.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 14G.
14G is 2022-38 for an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending Section 134-451 of the City Code pertaining to automatic vehicle identification citations.
A brief presentation.
Good evening, Council. Megan Platt with the City Attorney's Office. This ordinance is a companion with the resolution for the photo speed enforcement program that was proposed earlier. Council had previously at study session directed the City Attorney's Office to draft an amendment to our current ordinance to allow for a civilian employee to review these violations. This amendment simply allows for that in addition to a sworn officer if council does decide to move forward with the photo speed enforcement program.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem?
Motion to approve 14G.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Marcano.
Seconded by Councilmember Marcano to approve item number 14G. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption. The question before us is the adoption of item number 14G. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 14H.
Item 14H is 2022-39 for an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending sections 26-346 and 26-347 and repealing section 26-348 to allow mobile ice cream vehicles within the city.
Councilmember Zvonek.
Thank you, Mayor. So as we've discussed, the Red Tape Reduction Ad Hoc Committee was formed earlier this year to look at outdated, obsolete, and unnecessary rules and regulations, taxes and fees, and city processes, and clean them up. We heard earlier a presentation on ways in which our development review process has been cleaned up, and we've had a couple of ordinances passed this evening that address some of the outdated regulations. Another one of the outdated regulations that was recommended by the Red Tape Reduction Committee to move forward was a decades-old prohibition against ice cream trucks. City staff actually brought this to our attention and brought it forward, and has been working since then to develop both a repeal of the prohibition as well as the creation of the necessary regulatory guardrails that will provide safety measures to welcome ice cream trucks back to the city safely. So with that, I will ask Trevor Vaughn to describe what is in the ordinance in detail.
Yeah, the ordinance just provides some, as Councilmember Zvonek mentioned, some regulatory safeguards regarding safety. Obviously, with the trucks in residential areas drawing children, I want to make sure that they operate in manners that are most conducive to safety. And we worked with a local company that is in this industry and a major provider in the metro area to kind of go over what are some of the best practices, and including that these trucks shall not exceed 10 miles per hour when vending, shall stay on streets with speed limits lower than 25 miles per hour, shall get as close to the curb as possible, have mirrors on the trucks to make sure that they can see what's around them. Overall, taking good steps, best practices. Also, there was a requirement to have commercial insurance, which was recommended by the industry and adopted by the Red Tape Reduction Committee, and that is now in this version of the ordinance. There's also a requirement in here that these trucks not be operated by registered sex offenders, and that the companies ensure that that is not the case. They are required to have a general business license and also a food safety license as required as part of that, and also making sure that the trucks move along so that they don't disturb residents and that they don't remain in any one place longer than 15 minutes.
Questions of staff?
Mayor, I just have a quick question.
Councilmember Lawson.
So Trevor, for these ice cream trucks in general, coming through HOA regulated neighborhoods, that would have to actually be approved by the HOA, especially if the roads are the private roads of those homeowners. Is that correct?
If it's if it's a private roads, yes. However, they would be authorized here on city streets. So you may have an HOA that has city streets running through it, but if they're, if it's an area that's private, I know some of those areas are, the roads are private, they could, in theory, I think, regulate them.
Correct.
Yep.
Further questions of staff?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem?
just the hours of operation, I think you have sunset, what is it, between the hours after sunset and before 10 a.m. You're not allowed, okay.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
See further questions of staff? Seeing none, motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Zvonek.
motion to approve item 14H.
Been moved by Councilmember Zvonek, seconded by Councilmember Gardner to approve item number 14H. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, question before us is the adoption of item number 14H. Call for the question.
Trevor, did you bring ice cream?
Yeah.
Councilmember Jurenski. The motion passes unanimously.
Will clerk now please read the title to item number 15A?
Item 15A is 2022-31, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, for a zoning map amendment to rezone approximately 15.4 acres of land from Airport District to mixed-use regional located along Stephen D. Hogan Parkway and west of Valdia Street, Aurora 1 zoning map amendment.
Motion?
Mayor, motion to approve item 15A.
It's moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by,
Marcano?
seconded by Councilmember Marcano.
Yes, sir.
To approve item number 15A. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 15A. Call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title of item number 19A.
19A is a consideration to reappoint 4 members to the Oil and Gas Advisory Board.
Motion?
Mayor, motion to,
Councilmember Gardner.
motion to reappoint Brad Pierce, Mark Cooper, Philip Holmes, and James Spahalski to the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by,
Bergen?
seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to approve, to approve item number 19A. Discussion? Question before us is the adoption of item number 19A. Call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman?
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Sumber. The motion passes unanimously.
Question, would the clerk please read the title to item number 19B?
19B is a consideration to reappoint 1 member to the Historic Preservation Commission.
Motion?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve Barbara Hink?
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by,
Coombs?
seconded by Councilmember Coombs. Discussion?
I have a question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
What is Ward 8? It says Ward 8.
City in 50 years.
Okay. It's a mistake, I guess.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item 19B. Call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman?
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Reports, Mayor has no report. Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. My first report, I'll start with Pfizer. We learned last week that both of our earmarks requests for the MLK Library and the Aurora Water have made it to the House Appropriations Bill. So we will continue to provide updates as the House bill moves through the process. Our senators have submitted both projects as well to the Senate Appropriations Committee, but that committee has not yet released their bill. And the Senate has not shared a confirmed timeline, but it's expected they'll work on their bill in July. I'll give more of a robust just overview of the conferences that I attended. I did attend Accelerate, and for this particular business fly-in agenda, we had Senator John Hickenlooper, Senator Michael Bennett, Congressman Diana DeGette, Congressman Kim Buck, Congressman Jason Crow, Congressman Joe Neguse, and Congressman Jason Lamborn, and the Assistant Secretary for Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs for the United States Department of Energy, Dr. Ali Nouri. I can just speak for myself, a lot of the questions I asked were pertaining to transportation, asking each of these congressmen and senators. As we're getting funding, it's going to be important of how we're going to utilize that funding and how we're going to move forward in terms of how we can work with the federal government as our city is growing and our infrastructure to make sure that we have the capacity to with our population growth. So that was a lot of my questions. We were able to go up and speak in front of everyone, and those are a lot of my questions. And I also thanked all of the senators and also Congressman Crow for putting the earmarks in place. So that was just a general update for Accelerate for me. And for CML, which I sat on the CML Executive Board as well as the Policy Committee. We attended that in Breckenridge last week. One of the things I was part of a panel called Let's Talk From Conflict to Conversation. We had a presenter who actually presented a bigger presentation, and I and some other people from other jurisdictions were able to be part of a panel to speak after that particular presentation. So I was able to participate participate in that. Just generally, some of the things I attended there were the lifelong Colorado preparedness for our aging population. That's going to be pretty much, as we're aging population, I think it's going to be important for our city to look at how we're building our infrastructure. Handling cybersecurity attacks on our city. So they had a informational session on that and how we're dealing with that, especially as we're getting more, our cities are getting more attacked by with cybersecurity. And then another one that I attended, amongst a couple others, were trends in building the energy codes, looking at how we're adapting to those codes and how our cities and other cities are adapting to different city codes in terms of how we're building. Because I am on the CML Policy Committee, Executive Board, we had an election of some of our smaller, larger, and medium-sized cities. So, and I also had an executive board meeting that I had to attend as well. So, Mayor, that's my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Gardner?
No report.
Councilmember Zvonek?
No report.
Councilmember Jurenski?
I just want to send out a reminder about Aurora's First Responder Celebration Day coming up on July 16th from noon to 4 right here in the AMC lawn.
Councilmember Murillo?
Thanks, Mayor. Just that I am canceling my July town hall. I announced it at my June town hall, and I think people are excited to get the time back during the summer. Thank you.
Councilmember Sundberg?
CML was a fruitful experience. Enjoyed attending a water seminar and hearing the city's International and Immigrant Affairs Office give a presentation, take the lead on what we're doing here. I thought they did an excellent job. Continue to expand my knowledge of water issues in Colorado, meeting with James Eklund, former advisor to Governor Hickenlooper, and with Marshall Brown. I want to give props to the APD and Major Crimes Unit for really doing a great job solving the James Jaros murder on I-70. That's it, sir.
Councilmember Medina?
No report.
Councilmember McConnell?
Thank you, Mayor. Our next Ward 4 meeting is going to be on Thursday, July 14th at 6:30 p.m. at Colorado Early Colleges. Our featured speaker is going to be Chief Oates, and I have asked him to present on the following topics. So that's going to be crime trends in Aurora, strategy to improve response, the strategy to improve department culture, the strategy to rebuild public trust, strategy to improve the PAR program, and the strategy to help with the search for our new permanent chief. And that's all in addition, of course, to your questions. So come prepared, come with your questions, and I hope to see you all there. Have a great night.
Councilmember Coombs?
Thank you, Mayor. So at CML, I was also able to attend the session on the aging population and have reached out to Dr. Cog's staff to look at whether or not having a boomer bond initiative for the city would be fruitful. Our counties have already been a part of that, but it does look at what services and programs we have available and how those impact our aging populations. I also attended sessions on the role of libraries in building resilient and connected communities, on our public safety response to people experiencing dementia and best practices for that, a session about our opioid settlement process, DOLA programs for cities, municipal court operations, and then I also participated in the Breckenridge Fun Run, which was not kind of my definition of a normal fun run. It was all uphill, up a trail, and then up a ski slope. So now I know for future reference that Breckenridge has a different definition than I do of a fun run. I'm also participating in the Water Education Colorado Water Fluency Workshop, which has been primarily online and will continue to be primarily online, but in July we will have one session in person in Gunnison during the second week of July. And then on Dr. Cog, during our last meeting, we did have a pretty extensive discussion about how the TIP, so Transportation Improvement Program, is going to be impacted by the greenhouse gas reduction targets from the state legislature, and how we're going to have to take account for land use in the way that we start planning and asking for TIP funds in the future. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you. And Councilmember Gardner, please pay attention. No, I'm just kidding. So I did attend the Accelerate Colorado trip, and that is where we basically advocate for Colorado for federal policy issues. That is obviously in DC is where legislation is passed and also where appropriations for funding happens. As always in the past, we always lobby for Buckley Air Force Base. We did have discussions on oil and gas. I actually asked questions to Congresswoman DeGette, and also alternative energy. Behavioral health was also one of the topics that was on our agenda. I did ask questions to both Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett, basically about accountability and then partnerships within different jurisdictions. We also discussed access to capital for small business. There were some water and environmental issues as well, and transportation, of course. We discussed the I-70 corridor to the mountains that needs improvement, as all of us know. And then we had also presentations from different departments, Department of Transportation, the U.S. Economic Development person there. CML, I also attended with my fellow council members, and you know, sometimes there's good conferences and sometimes or sessions, and some are not so effective. I did attend, Jason, the development review workshop, and I think I could have taught the class. So I think it was intended more for small towns and not really for large cities. And then, I don't know, shoot me in the head, I signed up for the procurement session. That was horrible. I don't know why I did that, but anyway. Okay, so that's that. Also recently attended the Community Spirit Award that was held at the Aurora Reservoir. I had nominated Jen Dubrow, who's our Neighborhood Watch volunteer. She received an award as well as many other people. I think in the future, all council should have been invited. I was invited just because I nominated someone. And then in final closing, again, condolences to John Jarrow's family. That was just a horrific situation, and great job to our APD detectives.
Seeing no further business before the
Oh, and E470 and Mile High Flood District. No, I won't go into it.
Seeing no further business before the Aurora City Council, meeting is adjourned.